Yo, you can get drops. That's cool. I appreciate that. Lol. There's Twitch drops for Rocket League? That's the first time I've seen that. That's cool. I get it. If anyone wants drops, stick around. Stick around, baby. Stick around. There's Twitch drops for Rocket League, bro. How's that a thing? I should connect my account real quick. Let's see. Watch to earn drops. View details. What do we have here? Twin Atlas drops. Twitch trophy. Ah, that's a hat. Twitch Essence aura. Okay. It's a boost. We got a car. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. All in purple. Whoever likes the color purple, this is exactly for you. Yes, this is exactly for you. Cool ass stuff. How do I connect? Connect. Let me connect my Twitch account. Is it Epic Games? I don't have Epic Games. Is that it? Yeah, I don't have that. I'm on Steam, brother. Cool stuff, though. Cool stuff for everybody that wants Twitch drops for Rocket League. Let's get straight into it. I'm gonna keep the grind up. I'm trying to get to the better rank right now. Trying to go for Champion 2. I feel like Rocket League is going to be one of my main games on my Twitch channel from now on, as I just love this game, bro. I can play it anytime. And other games are just going to be occasionally. Can I connect with Epic Games when I'm a Steam player? And get the Twitch drops, does anyone know? It's not like I'm trying to trade or some shit. Focus up, bro. Focus up. Focus up. Chat, I gotta warm up one game, okay? I gotta warm up one day. I gotta get my microscope on again. Microscope, focus. Nice shot, mate. Let me disable the preview here for a second. Because I feel like I'm getting some frame dropperinos. Yeah, chat, I decided to go back to English. I tried 1 week German. And I'm switching to English because the world is English. The world works in English. And I don't want to be limited to German. Only streamers are going to understand this that have the same struggle. Yeah, I'm gonna lower some graphic settings in a minute. This is under 60 FPS. Steam. Oh shit. What the fuck? What the hell, mate? Okay, let's see. Steam. How do I enable FPS counter? Is that a thing? Library interface. In-game. How do I disable the FPS counter, guys? Ah, here, overlay. Okay. After this. Or imagine. GG's. GG's. Remove the song from the playlist and skip song. Yes, sometimes you have to remove some songs. Let's see. Settings. In-game overlay. Where's the overlay? Ah, here. Huh? It's already on, like, isn't it? Enable? Yeah, it is. Shift plus F4. Ah, it's on the bottom. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm blind. It's on the bottom left. 140 FPS. It doesn't feel like that though. Shit. OBS is really doing something to gaming. To the overall experience. It says 140, but it feels low. That's the same thing that happened to me when I played Escape from Tarkov, actually. It's Discord. It's Discord. Not OBS? I feel like it's OBS to dear my brother. I have Discord open many times when I play this shit. Maybe it's just the overall feeling. There's definitely something happening. I think it's Discord plus OBS combined. Something is happening there. Like, really now. Because I have Discord open all the time and that's just not right, bro. It's the combination, I feel like. It's definitely the combination. I should try this. Do I have overlay on from Discord? No, I don't. Yeah. What I'm confused of is it says 140 FPS right now in game, Steam overlay, but it feels weird. It just feels weird. It feels off. I got it. Sorry, bro. Too late. No, I can't read chat right now, Danas. I have to full focus for 1 second here. Forgive me, my brother. Forgive me, brother. This is Rocket League, okay? Nice shot, mate. Spectacular. Spectacular. Training test Discord on Task Manager. Let me try. Yeah. Quit. Task Manager. Let's see. Is this still on? I think it's. Wait, am I drunk or do I... Wait! It feels completely different. Wait. Oh, dude, I'm making this up at this point. I'm making it up. It's a psychologically thing. It can't be it. Nah. No. It's psycho, bro. It's what do you call it? You believe in it and then it just somehow happens. Your brain is making it up. Nah, wait. It feels fast again. Damn. I mean to remove the song as well. This is fucking depressive. This is good. Yeah. That's straight up annoying, yeah. This is one of the only games where I notice it like hardcore. I don't want to keep it off though. I like having Discord on. Just for the sake of it, like people see my name. Oh, he's live. Nah, but yeah. It feels different. It feels different. Yeah, definitely. Crazy. I guess I'm gonna keep Discord off when I play Rocket League. That's fucked up. How do I fix that? It makes a huge difference. A huge difference. The 140 FPS, they feel like 140 FPS right now. I want to fix that. Yeah, but I still suck. It's also, it's 50% the frame and 50% my focus while streaming. Both combined. Nice shot, mate. What's happening, chat? I'm winning against grand champions. I could never imagine getting to that rank, by the way. Never ever. How do you get to grand champion? That's insane. Isn't that like the final rank? Smart. It could be hardware acceleration setting in Discord. That was my first thought just now. Like, OBS uses CPU and shit like that. Maybe it's that. Either way, I'm not gonna turn it on again. This is way better like this. It is way better. Oh. Thanks. Discord is so nice, yeah. It's like a drug. It's like a drug, bro. I have it online 24/7. Believe me or not. Whenever I'm on my PC, I have that shit on. It's just normal to me to have it on. Such a cool thing. Such a gamer thing. Such a gamer thing. Hä? Wait. Ah, here. Your all jokes aside, Danas, what are you doing? What are you doing, my brother? Let me check Task Manager. Is Discord completely off? Yeah. It is. It is. I'm gonna give it a Google as well, because that topic is actually interesting. Let's see real quick. Discord makes my game lag when I'm live. It's pretty much only when I'm live, to be honest. When streaming on Discord, yeah, whatever, something like that. Tried disabling hardware acceleration, both in advanced and the voice setting, but see no difference. I was able to fix this by going to NVIDIA control panel, manage 3D settings, program settings. Well, again, scroll to the bottom, Vulkan, piston mode. Yeah. Okay, something. Some Vulkan shit. Might give it a try off stream. And see if that does anything. Some 3D Vulkan setting. Apparently that was a fix for some guy. Whoa, nice save, bro. Not bad. Do, 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 do. No, 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 no. Woohoo! Pew! Nice pet, mate. Nice pass. Great pass. Bop ba da bop ba da. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I heard you, mate. I heard you coming. I heard you coming to me. Shit. Nothing. Hat-trick! Into goal! Na schon. Good take, mate. Good take. Yo, chat, cheers! Cheers! You gotta keep the energy up when you grind. Especially in grinding games. That's where you need all the focus. Because you want to get better and better. And better and better. Until you become an e-sportler. And that's where you need the energy. Bro, Danas, we should do BTD6 community. I would be down for that. I'm not really against BTD6. I like the game. I like the game. Especially when you try like different kind of stuff. Like get Dark Temple and shit like that. Cheers, bro. Gonna bap 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 bap. Do you like the game or do you like it when... One second, my brother. Yo, I got bamboozled. I got bamboozled. Dude, is that an actual word or is that just some girl era shit? Bamboozled. I feel like that's just a word from that one guy tuber. He like invented that. I really feel like it, brother. It's a real word. Word? Alright, alright. First, yeah, I do like B6. I think it's a good game. And I would only play co-op, yeah. Also that, yeah. It's like a double-edged sword, bro. I do like co-op, yeah, I do like that. It's really, really entertaining, bro. I actually do like it, yeah. I like to do community stuff. I like. And I also like when my friends grind on Twitch. My brother. You slacking. Mary Jane. Okay. Also really, really like seeing my friends have success. For example, Laios. He's like blowing up. He really is blowing up. Like, and I fucking love it. Nah. I do like when my friends, obviously, do the same shit that I do. Have the same interest. I mean, logically, that's cool. I don't really have to explain that. Yeah. I want you to become the next EFT streamer, Donas. Because that's something you really enjoy and you're very good at it as well. You can make it, bruh. And those are 2 points that will make it fun for you to stream on Twitch as well. I wanna be a rock star. Dude, I suck. Woo! I shot Mary Jane. Wait, isn't Mary Jane the name from the girl from 60 Seconds? I think so, right? Super cool game. Very, very great game. That means wheat. Ah, yeah, bro. I'm not into that generation, bro. To never could afford. That means weed. It's probably some special language under the weed people. Yeah, code word. Yeah. Perry J, like Okay. Freedom. You want any boost? Nice, Mary Jane. Oh, this is tough. This is really tough. Really tough. Yeah. Twitch only will go nowhere. Correct. Yeah. If you want to make this a living, then Twitch itself will go nowhere. Except you're Justin Bieber. I mean, then it's probably enough to just stand to the camera and don't even say a word. That could be enough. Or be an esport player. But since that's not the case for 99.9% of the popularity, you have to make your following somewhere else. Probably brain rot, TikTok, or some actual high content on YouTube or some shit like that. I think that's a reliable way to get the people to Twitch. Or wait 100 years, no, and have 10 people watching you. Or that. Or that. Yeah, it's tough. This round is tough. Bro's probably writing in his own chat all game. Wait, is he talking to me? Ah yeah, this is Rocket League GG's. That's hilarious. That's funny. I never heard that one. That's actually a good one. Bro's chatting in his own chat. That's a good one. I gotta give it. I gotta give that one to you. Mary Jane. Let me remove this song. And keep going. What we have. Oh, my playlist is so random. Do you guys have random ass playlists as well, or do you stick to one genre? I'm listening to everything. It's such a chaotic place right here. I want to open Discord so badly, but I can't. Like, if you say log in, Danas, do you mean log in, like... What I can see you doing is, like, make Twitch streams and, like, produce content out of that. That's a possibility. Or record YouTube videos. That's where I had so much fire on my ass in the past. 2017 to 2019. I had so much fire making YouTube videos, but also because I really enjoyed the game that I played. It was my favorite game. Yeah, basically. And when you really enjoy something, then the content is automatically 100% better. Or let's say you can actually call it content then. And obviously, it has to be something for you, right? Like, doing like... being an influencer, I know many people, when I ask them, you should start Twitch, they say no. In my eyes, you have to try it because, yeah, it's like an addiction to me at this point. But some people, it's just not for them. It's just not for them. Even without trying, they say no. I've been doing this shit since 2014. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. And I went through everything. Shit times, good times. Yeah. Anytime you can imagine. Yo, Elias, are you there, bro? Ah, nice one, bro. I didn't have boost. You know what, chat? Let's just... Dude, that Mary Jane comment was bangers. Bro's chatting in his own chat. Oh, dude. That's such a good one. Like, instead... Nah. I think I also had times where I live streamed, normal live stream, and I recorded my YouTube videos on stream as well. Like, I pressed the record button for like 1 hour and then I made the video. That was also very... Oh, that was so fun. I can imagine doing that. People get like behind the scenes and shit like that. Very cool. That's some interesting stuff for sure. Like making script, redoing the same intro for 100 times. Believe it or not, people are into that. Woohoo! Thank you very much. Name me one game you can play anytime. Rocket League, baby. Rocket League. If you asked me back in 2017, I would say Rocket League and Gral Era. Yeah, legit. Definitely. Definitely. Whoops. Ah, shit. GG's! GG's! Let's fucking go. Chat, I have a feeling. I have a feeling my face cam is a bit too dark. How can I fix that? Is this... I guess... Why is it so dark? Why is it so dark? Ah, woohoo! No, 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 no. Nice shot. Close one. Close one. You imagine I bumped him right there. That'd be epic. Ooh. Okay. Good fake. Good fake. Good fake. Look at that fake right there. Boom. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Woohoo! Good pass made! Boom! Bruh, they ain't AFK. Silvers. Yeah. Woohoo! He just left. Yeah. Oh shit, me, bro. Damn, that's funny. That guy just left. Alright, let me try to open Discord real quick. Is it still going to be laggy? So apparently there is a fix to not make it lag. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. This is way too serious here. Way too serious business. Can I? Gotta drop one message though. 1 second. Watch. I can't type in this speed. Shit! Ah! Yeah. Whoa, shit. That was a good pass though. So, time to close Discord. Shit, why am I lagging? Why? Yo, Lars, are you here, bro? Are you downloading something? Let me call him real quick. I can't call him. Oh my god, help! Help! Manometer, ey. How about you? Way! Let's go! Let's go! Great pass, thanks. Great tip-off. Keep it going. Keep it going. Boom! That's in. That's not in. Come on, keep the pressure up. Keep the pressure up. It's going well. It's going well. It's going well. Just gotta keep the pressure up. That's what I'm saying. Good shot. That's what I'm saying. We came back. 0-2, 3-2. Come on, 3 goals in a row. All by us. All by us. All by us. Let's go. Just gotta keep the focus up. And the pressure. 2 very important factors of Rocket League. And just like that, we make the 4th goal. Oh no. Ha! Nice. GG's. Yo, it's crazy that I'm getting ranked in with Grand Champions. That's the actual best rank in the game, I believe. Quite far away from that. I'm only Champion 1 Division 3. There's Champion 1 Division 4, Champion 2 Division 1, 2, 3, 4, Champion 3 Division 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's Grand Champion, I believe. Wait, there might be something else in between. Supersonic something. I forgot. Something like that. Yo, who's this? Did I just say, yo, who's this? And his name is, yo, who's this? Oh, bro. Oh, bro, these moments, I love them. It's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely mad. Well, nah, this. Wow! Woohoo! I got exploded for the first time in my life in a champion rank system. Holy shit! Somebody bumped me. Oops, sorry. Nice. Yeah. What? Wait, I wanna watch this. Yeah, all good, mate. All good. Happens. That's just straight up funny. On target. Be decent. Oh, brother, I need Mary Jane. Mary Jane, come. Please come, Mary Jane, please. Somebody send me Mary Jane. Mate, it's 3-0! Brother, you are on live TV. You can't just go AFK like that. That's cringe as fuck. It's 3-0 at 3 minutes. You can win at 1 minute. If it's under 1 minute, sure. But like even then. This might go in. Wahnsinn Show im Fernsehen und Mew. Nice. See, we got 1 minute 22 left. This is all. You can make it. It's schaffbar. Schaffbar. Easy. Easy. Easy, easy. Look. They're getting weak. Sorry. No problem. They're getting weak. Come on. Focus up. Focus up. Chat, focus up and believe. Believe in your streamer, okay? If chat doesn't believe in streamer, then yeah, you can give up basically. It's GG's. GG's. GG's, my friends. GG's. Oh, German. I lost to another fellow German. Okay, at this point, I want to do a little chat activity check. So everybody who's here, if you are alive, if you're a human being, come out of your darkest corners. Even if you're a lurker, everybody right now, type in okay. Like normal O. Okay. Okay? I need one person to type okay. That's all I'm requiring. Oh shit, I'm alone. Okay, that's good to know. Jay, at least one human being who's enjoying the stream. How are you doing, Jay? Well, no, I'm not gonna outcall the lurkers. I just wanted to know, are there people watching my stream? That's all I wanna know. And just to have a little bit of community feeling, you know? That's just a basic normal question of mine that I ask every stream, basically. And it's just to check who's there, who's watching. Say hello, like, greet each other and shit like that. Nothing deep. It's nothing deep. Just a thing on my Twitch channel. Are we playing 2v2? We're playing 3v1, okay. Exy, I'm sorry, mate. But you all alone. Is this gonna count towards my rank? So let's say we win. And he doesn't give up. I think it does count, right? What about he just leaves right now because he is free to leave without being banned or anything? I think then it doesn't count, does it still? Because if he leaves, there's something else than if he would play. I believe that if he stays in lobby, he's also making his MR worse. Yeah, he left, okay. So, okay, in this case, nothing should happen. Winner by forfeit, wait, yeah, exactly. 0 XP, nothing happened. Okay. It's pretty much a wasted game if I get it right. If I get it right. What are you doing, Jay? Are you just watching? Are you doing something else on the side? Are you playing GTA 5, driving around, chilling in my live stream? Like, what are you doing back in the dark corners? Are you doing well even when you see my gameplay? Oh. It's also a brain dead idea to stream Rocket League. I simply want to. It's these days where I just want to do something that's fun, regardless of like numbers. Imagine there was a second person next to me. But yeah, if we talk about Twitch, then it's definitely stupid to stream Rocket League as a zero viewer streamer. Real talk. But what I'm hyped for, let's do another real quick, Jay. What I'm hyped for is like, let's just farfight just for the sake of it. But I'm still gonna say GG's, but I would have played, but I want to do some real quick. GG's. Let's say I don't stream Rocket League right now and I stream at BTS 6, okay? That would be smart. Why? Firstly, it is fun. It's not like I'm playing something that I'm not enjoying. I can do so many things to get people in here. Yeah, there's so many different ways to get people in here. But I'm doing this because it's fun. And it's co-op. And yeah. What I'm just hoping for is so more I stream in English, so better I will get in commentating. Because as a fellow German, it is way easier to commentate in German and communicate in German. And keep the conversation up in German than in English. Hope that makes sense. That's why I also did the poll on my Discord server. Do you speak English? Is English your native language? I think that's what I wrote. And basically what I want to achieve with those polls is, first, people have something to do. Secondly, I get to know my community more. Thirdly, I can do content based on those polls. I might do polls like, do you prefer Minecraft or this? And then in case I want to do a community project one day, I know, people like Minecraft, let's go for that. But both games are desirable by myself. I desire both games. So at the end of the day, it's all gonna help the content and to get to know each other and shit like that. That's why I invented the polls. Damn, like, look at that. Is English your native language? That's the first poll I made on my Discord server. One person said yes. No. Nobody said yes. It's myself because I had to put a reaction on it. And 5 people said no. That's where you see that if you stream in English as a non-native English speaker, you still get people that you still have somewhat of a connection right there. That's my takeaway from that, you know? So this is definitely something I like to do. I'm gonna do more polls like that, especially when the server gets bigger and bigger. Like, do you prefer... I'm gonna do questions like, do you like this game? Would you play this game or would you play this game? It's all just for fun. Learn the community, get to know the community. Much more. I'm not really capable of expressing myself really that much right now in English. My thought process in English is kind of bad. It's not like I'm thinking what do I want to say in German and then translate into English right now. This is all spontaneous. This is all freestyle. I'm at the point where I just speak freestyle. And yeah. And my freestyle English speech isn't really there yet. It's not really there yet. I hope it gets there though. I want it to be one-on-one, 1-1, just like if I would speak German, which I did yesterday for one day. Super fun. You can really keep conversations up and shit like that. And since I'm not Justin Bieber or some e-sportler, that's going to be required to be somewhat successful and have a bond with the community. I really believe in that, yeah. And from experience, I'm pretty sure that it really adds to it, yeah. Having good commentary and shit like that. Do you agree, Jane? How is it from a viewer perspective? I would love to know. Or like Liars, are you watching maybe? What would you say? No problem, mate. That's crazy. Oh, damn. That's crazy shot. That's a crazy redirect. You're just shitting. How are you just shitting? Are you just watching my live stream? Is it that entertaining? I really believe it's not. Holy crap. I really do not believe that it's that entertaining. Like honestly, yeah. Especially nowadays, where content is like brain rot and fucking goldfish content, crazy people. I definitely do not believe that this is the easiest way to grow. But I'm gonna be me, I'm gonna be authentic and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm also going to try BTD6 later with Liars together. Just to make a comparison between streaming it in German and in English. In German, for example, I had lots of success yesterday. I think max shared viewers was 10. And active chat 24/7. If I ask a question, people answer. Basically, just something you would expect. Or let's say that's probably the goal of every single streamer on this platform. And I just wanna, for comparison, do the same thing but in English to see if there's any difference or anything noticeable. Also interesting point right there is BT6 is, it's not really oversaturated in English as well. There are way more viewers in English there. And from experience, in 2019, when I streamed it for like years and years and years, it worked out well. So what I'm trying to say is, it's pretty much the game you play. It's pretty much a game you play. You can't really expect anything if you stream Fortnite. Did he try to make an own goal right there? Really seemed like that. Yeah, he is. That's kind of fucked up. And also, like, there's really no bond. You see, Jay, that's why you're not answering and shit. I'm basically speaking facts at this point. Or maybe you're just busy, but I honestly think there's no real bond if you don't speak the same language. Or let's say it's way harder to form a bond as a streamer to viewer perspective. Nah, no way. It's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, we can forfeit. We can forfeit. That was good pass play though. Once in a lifetime. You do not see that a lot in Champion 1. When I was in Champion 2, I think that's where it really begins. In terms of making passes, pass play, crazy moments, and everything basically. Yeah, GG's. I'm done for now. I'm gonna call Dios to see what's up because he's apparently not watching the stream. If you enjoyed, drop a follow. I'm gonna stream Rocket League way more often. I want this game to become one of our main games on Twitch. I just love this game. It's a favorite game. And I'm gonna stream more often. Drop a follow if you wanna see more. Let me close this program right there. We don't need the keys anymore. And yeah. I'm gonna hop into some BTD6. Because I wanna, have some fun over there. Wanna have some fun over there. Over there. Now we can also keep Discord open. Moment of truth. Discord is just the culprit when I play Rocket League, honestly. It's not really the culprit or anything when I play. Well, maybe Escape for Tarkov, right? Yeah, maybe that game as well. Yeah. Let's go to English. There we go. Okay. What I'm gonna do is call Elias because I don't fucking know what he's doing. Waiting for him for ages. Yo, bro, are you there? Hello?
Hello?
Brother, are you going live? I'm waiting for you. I'm gonna play some BT6. Let's do some co-op games, stream together.
Okay, I can go live right now.
Okay, let's go. Let's do this. In English, bro. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna create the first co-op lobby. My goal is to get all the medals. Dude, I can't believe I never had all medals. I can't believe that. I was... Nah, I wouldn't say far. I wasn't even far. When I had my old accounts. Even. I had 2 accounts before this, prior to this one. One got boosted and one other got flagged as well because of viewers. You never know. Here's the code. Join in. We're gonna grind some metal. Let's do this. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Let me put some music on. Why is it not saying that I'm live on Discord? Streamer mode enable. There you go. Okay, be right back, chat. Join in. Here's the code. Right there. Let's see something. Is this better? This is... is this better? Let me see. Let me see. Here, open source. No, not open source. What is it? Open preview. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's better to have the room light on. Definitely. I'm gonna keep it on. Chat, join in. Where is everybody? Hello, hello, join in. We're playing Dark Dungeons on hard mode. Join in. Please. Why can't it... Hello? There you go. Join in. Join in. I want to do a little experiment. Toro Aichiro. Yo, let me change my name really quick. Give me a second. Sorry, chat. I'm going to change my name in game. There you go. maxylike Twitch. Boom. Okay, we back. Do we have extras? We have the small monkey toss. What else can you get? Are there any other extras? Is there any other cool stuff you can get? I know you can get the one thing from that I already have from that candy map. Yo, this looks cool as fuck. Let's play this. Let's also wait for Liars. Feel like he's going live as well. Liars, hello. Are you joining? My friend, my brother. My brother. Where you at? Here's the code if anyone wants to join in. Let's play BTD6. Yep. Let's do public. Jay, instead of texting me, join in. Let's play together. You probably have the game, don't you? Join in. I want to make a little comparison between streaming in German BT6 and streaming in English BT6. Yeah, I'm going to do stream together with Liars. Let me just pull up his live stream. Here we have somebody. There you go. People joining in. Let's just mute this. Not downloaded, been ages. You know what? Download it. I stream it so often. Download it, please. I stream it so often. Download it. It's such a good game. There's a reason why I'm streaming it that often. Firstly, viewers. Secondly, it's fun to play together with the community. It's a perfect community game. You know what? Stepson, stay inside Stepson. We're playing together. Is he out already? Come on, brother. I just started, bro. No way, he already left. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna play single player. Let's see, is Liars live? Yeah, he's live. Alrighty, let's make a new lobby. Chat, join in. There must be a single human being who wants to play this game. It can't be that difficult. Jay, are you downloading the game? Are you downloading the game? Hello. Hello. Why you have to make me mad? And by the way, the only answer is yes to that question, because this game is amazing and it's the best community game. Not right now. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I remember 2019 when I played this game. Lobbies got full in a minute. They went full in a minute. Either it's the game or it's me. Chat, join in. Oh, public. Let's just do public. That's fine as well. That's cool with me. Alright, I think Lars is joining in. Way higher chance to get people in as well. Since we both stream. Let me just wait for him to enter the call. Okay, I think he's gonna take a while. Let's just do this. Guys, can you hear me well enough when I'm this far away from the microphone? Is this fine? Yeah? My friend Lias is finally live. He's lagging. So I hear there's a new tower. This guy. Yeah, we're gonna get this tonight, easy. Yeah, Desperado. Okay, let's just get pops. 3.5 million, that's the goal for tonight. Should be easily doable. We roll all the way back there. Got easily 2 dark monkeys, yeah. We're gonna do some co-op games with Liars. Liars, my friend! Hello! How are you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good, and you?
I'm doing amazing, my brother. Can you hear me well?
Nice. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Is the microphone still good like this?
Yeah, sounds good.
Nice, okay. I was thinking about doing some co-op games. We can like, let's do it like this. I show the code to you first, or I send it to you first. Or you just send because you're in the same apartment, I guess. You just join like that. And after that, we publish the code to the viewers.
Yeah. I can just join as soon as you open the game.
Let's do that. I'm nearly done. I guess you have time for one easy game.
Okay, then.
I'm doing
Let
what do you call it? Hard mode, normal.
Yo.
Very, very doable.
Mhm. Yeah, hard mode isn't too hard. Played some Unpoppable yesterday, that's pretty difficult.
Testing push to talk button. Test, test.
Seems to work.
Come in the Steam together.
Oh yeah, a moment. Yo, I'm in.
You guys, who knows this song? Please. Please. This song is epic. 86, best anime. One of the best animes. Oh, dude, I can't wait for season 3. Season 3 is gonna be bangers. I'll be saving for... Wait, is Azzy Carmo LED or is she only LED? No, she's everything, right? She's everything. I think she is everything. I think she's everything. Let's do Alchemist. Just buff everything. It doesn't matter right now. We're playing normal hard mode. We don't need that good of coordination. Damn, he just removed his Dart Monkey. How kind. That's insane. Who's this? Some random guy. Pop Phoenix, shout out to you, mate. Shout out to you. I'll do the same. So it's those 3 getting buffed by the Alchemist. Damn. Damn. Speaking of coordination. Speaking of coordination. Jay, music volume is fine or too quiet? It's fine, thank you. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Jay, it's not like I'm depressive or something, okay? Don't think I'm depressive. I sometimes have a bad mood and that's it. It's mainly because of comparing my nowadays live streams to the past. Okay? Please don't think too deep, okay? It's not like it's not like I'm really depressive, it's just sometimes I'm just in a shitty mood because things are not going anywhere, you know what I'm talking about? So, yeah, of course you gotta own it's kind of you and shit like that, but don't think anything is gonna happen. Like, it's not really that deep. It's not that deep. I'm just doing random ass streams, and I think I'm going to be famous within a day. And since that's not reality, it is what is. I'm just speaking about what I think. Guys, what would you keep Alchemist? Would you make him first or strong? Given this upgrade. I think first, right? On this upgrade. If you would do this, you would do strong. This would be... I don't really think it matters. Yeah, I don't really think it matters. I will keep Ezzy on strong for sure. He stays on first. Yeah. No, Jay, but for real. Calm down. Calm down. Sit down, Jay. Relax. 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 Oh, I'm just being silly. Let's do a small donation. Bum. And let's craft a minigunner right here. Lock in, brother. Lock the fuck in. Yes. And an alchemist right there to boost Geraldo and the minigunner. The minigunner. There you go, baby. And we're gonna craft a sniperino. Boom. Camolet as well, because I'm addicted to Camolet. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. Should we get Hydra, rocket pods, or laser cannon, Jay? Or anybody who's watching right now. What should I get? Laser cannon or Hydra rocket pods? Please remember, in this situation, I'm treating like this. Boom. What would be best? Let's put it a bit more up. Yeah, just like that. Jay, what do you think? Should we get laser or Hydra? Hydra. Hydra. Hydra, Hydra. Hydration. I can only choose randomly. Choose randomly, who cares? Who cares? It's not like we're going to die. We're good to go. We could stay AFK right now and win, I believe. Laser, let's do this, baby. Yeah, seems cool. I like it. Good choice. Great choice. We are also gaining XP on the side note. Trying to get all the towers maxed out. What is that? No. Okay. Let's go through this real quick. I know this. Do I know him? Is this new? I'm not sure if I know this guy. I know him. I know him. Like, I'm talking about the Paragon. Wait. Wait a second. Is this new? I need this. What is this? Did I just see Spike Factory Paragon? Wait, no. This is new. This must be new. Let's get some XP. Nah. I'm pretty sure I haven't tried this before on my old account. Guys, is this new or not? Let's say this is, I think this is new. What else do we have? I know this. Yeah, okay. I know all the others. I think this one also has one. I know all of them. Damn. Oh, bro, I wanna Google this right now. This must be cool as fuck. A factory of explosive spike balloon annihilation. Annihilation. Oh. Shoots blasts of deadly buckshot instead of darts. Easy. You know what? Phoenix, whoever you are, my friend. I'll give you my money. Enjoy. What is he going for? Ring of Fire? Yeah, decent. Decent. Also buffed, yeah. Yeah, we got this easy. Jay, look at laser. Laser gunner. You have chosen. You have chosen the laser gunner. Look, I'm even gonna buff him. Even further. Let me pull off the activity feed so I know if somebody follows. There you go. I had it off. Why did I have it off? Look. Lock in. Lock in. Lock the fuck in, mate. Round 80. Boom! GG's. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Sorry, like. I know. I know I'm a bit random, but yeah. Create match. Here's the code, join in, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready to rumble. Chat, everybody who's watching right now, you're welcome to join in. Doesn't matter if you're level 1,110,000 -5. I literally don't give a fuck. Everybody can join. This is the perfect game for community games. Create a bond with the community. Everybody's welcome. Every single person that is watching this live stream can join this right now. We're going to play this because it has bonus rewards.
Yeah. By the way, I switched to Benjamin as my hero.
Thoughts?
Like I used in the past, it's a bit difficult at the beginning because he's very expensive, but it's a cool hero. It's more support and giving money.
Let me see real quick. Where's Benjamin? Benjamin is right there. 3,000. Okay, cost 3,000. Using his elite hacking skills, Benjamin can generate extra money for the cause. So he's like a money farmer.
Yeah. And he buffs other Bloons, Bloons and can also buff monkeys.
What can I say? Support heroes, never wrong to do so. Never wrong to do so. I also think he's not exclusively support. I feel like he has some abilities where he can like hack Bloons or shit like that. Or buff.
And make it so that Bloons just don't get either spawn weaker or don't. When one Bloon layer pops, all of them are gone.
Nah. Willy! Willy, my friend! How are you doing? It's not like I'm quitting Terraria, okay? It probably seems like it, but yeah, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure, okay? I have a little Terraria depression, okay? A change carrier, let's say it like that. Yo, join in, bro. Here, right there. The code. Copy code, right here. Download the game, join in, everybody's welcome. Let's play a bit together, Willy. And tell the Mafia to join up as well, from Gral Era. We need the whole gang right now. We need the whole fucking gang, mate. We need the whole fucking gang, mate. Andy Mumby, let's go. Alternate blue rounds, hard mode, 3 mines round. Let's go. Let's get straight into it. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Boom. Yeah. So. Got an Insta monkey just for the sake of it.
Okay.
Yeah. What? Is that not okay?
It's okay.
What do you mean okay?
Yeah, like it's placed in a way that is barely hitting the lanes.
Willy, I highly recommend joining up every now and then if you feel like that. You should definitely download the game. Same goes to you, Jay. Same goes to you. You're not left out, by the way. Same goes to you. Download the fucking game, mate.
I think we need to be level 10 for multiplayer, but that's quickly reached.
Yeah, sorry, what?
I think you need to be level 10 to join multiplayer, but that's pretty quickly reached.
Yeah, that's easy, yeah. I could do that within... Yeah, it takes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Or so, yeah. Around 10 minutes. Full on grinding. Wait, there's water? I haven't even noticed that.
Oh, I didn't see it as well.
Nah, now I gotta place a sub, bro. Subscribe. There you go. Put him on strong. We are saving for ballistic missile with an advanced intel. So this way he can shoot everywhere, and this is good against mobs, especially against mobs. Missiles fly over walls and deal extra damage to mob. And ceramics. Damn, ceramics. I think ceramics is one reason why you often die in this game. I feel like it's 63, around 63. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Yeah, let me join you guys. Yeah. Why not, bro? Why not? How are you, Willy? Good to see you, bro. Really good to see you. It's nice to see people, even when I stream in English. Yeah. It's good to see people. Also, I did a poll on my Discord server. I would be very thankful if you could answer that. Why am I doing these polls? Because I want to know my community better. So people have something to do. It's just a fun thing. And also for marketing purposes, for my future projects. Let's say, for example, do you like Terraria or Minecraft? 100 people say Minecraft, 10 people say Terraria. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do Minecraft. So, for reasons like that. I'm gonna do polls. Posy. Modded Minecraft with in-game voice chat. That's a thought I have for months. Months. Really no.
Sounds really fun, absolutely.
Probably no other mods than voice chat for now. I want to do a casual Minecraft playthrough. But one day you could definitely do Minecraft heavy modded. There's like Hexit, craft crazy electrician mods. I don't even know. I'm not really that into Minecraft. Yeah, really, I'm down. Yeah, I'm genuinely down to do a Minecraft playthrough. I have to see if everybody can join, or is it gonna be a group I invite? We see how it goes. But definitely not anytime soon, because I wanna grow a little bit first. How am I doing? Good question. I would say I'm doing good. Let's go for... Yeah, let's say for this shit. Let's go. I would say I'm doing good, bro. Yeah, all in all, I'm doing good. I also got a job in real life right now next to my university to earn some extra cash, you know what I'm talking about? As a security man, on the weekends, obviously. And I'm just generally getting a bit more active in life. I wanna do more sports and shit like that. And I wanna do 48-hour stream BTD6. Nah, just kidding.
It's not a good idea.
Just kidding, bro. I'm not gonna fuck up my whole sleep schedule just for this game right now. Even though it's really tempting. It really is tempting.
Yeah, but
Especially when you have people in chat that join up every now and then. It's really tempting. This game is extremely fucking fun. If you get full lobbies. It's really fun. I'm having at least equal fun right now as if I would play Rocket League. It's just a good game. There's a reason behind me having hundreds of hours in this game. We did round 40, bro.
Yo, it's nice. And I switched away from Oben, and now I have Oben again because someone left.
Willi, guess my high score. I already did several long streams. Guess my high score. What's my longest stream? Everybody can guess. I've been doing this since 2019. Let's say 2019, yeah. I had like other channels before and shit like that. No, it's not BTD6 what I'm talking about. I'm just generally, what's my longest live stream? 48 hours, it's definitely under it. Under 48 hours. Because that's diabolical. 48 hours. I'm not sure if that's really a thing that is humanly possible. More than that. I have done several 24-hour streams and they are epic as fuck. More than that, yeah. More than that. More than that as well. More than that, my brother. A little bit more. A few less. Okay, 31 hours, bro. 31 hours. Yeah, 31 hours was my high score. I was so fucking dead at the end. I was dead. Like 31 hours commentating, entertaining, having the goal in mind to do a good job on Twitch. It's not just gaming, believe me. It's not just gaming.
31 hours are insane. I never did anything near that.
Yeah. That was epic. I don't think I had anyone doing a whole nighter with me. I was very small back then. I think it was in German. I still did it though. I actually think I had no shatter then. Imagine doing that without a shatter. I guess it speaks for itself that I have a small addiction to streaming. I could never just quit this, I think. Yo, can we get some camo, please? What's everybody doing? Where's the camo? I have the only camo guy in front.
Desperado is also camo.
Where's Desperado?
In the middle there.
Ah, okay. Fun fact, I have done Roblox gameplay. I did one stream or two streams. The long drive in Roblox. With some girl. Some friend from Dunners. Oh, that was so goofy. Willi, let me tell you something. Roblox is super cool game. Love it, brother, love it. Very cool game. Addicting as fuck, bro. Very addicting, bro. Very addicting. I would say it's probably good to stream. It's a very good stream game, I would say. Yeah? I haven't really tried it, to be honest. I only played some Shop Tycoon. And yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna break your heart, Willy. But I do see myself in League of Legends. We need to do horror Roblox. Fuck Roblox, bro. I'm gonna do some real horror games. Well, we can do Roblox, I guess. Yeah, it's just for the stream. Yeah, would be a smart thing to do. What is V-Ball Legends? The fuck is that?
Soon I get money from my banks.
Banjutsu in the house. Banjutsu, what is his name? Bloon Jitsu in the house, and also Alchemist in the house. Another Alchemist in the spawn. Just spawned like us.
Okay, nice.
He spawned in the lobby.
That's nice.
Yeah. And well, no, wait. How expensive is 03? Yeah, okay. We got another alchemist in the business. On strong, I'll be making him a unstable concoction. Coats mob class in an explosive substance that causes a large explosion when they are popped. Super good. And faster throwing. Volleyball game in Roblox. I'm head addicted. Wait, am I hearing this right? You are addicted to a volleyball game. Do you like volleyball, bro? That's like very niche. You have to like the sport for that. Yeah, we're gonna die, Elias, if you don't focus up.
I'm making a bunch of money right now. I can raise some big upgrades in a bit.
Good. Jay, what do you think about our towers? This is what I'm saying. I don't know some words in English. Aufstellung. Was heißt Aufstellung auf Englisch? I don't even know what it means. Whatever. Let's say placements. What do you think about the placements right here? Would you say we can win? I would say so. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yo, slow down, please! Alter. And where's my abilities? Wait. Why don't I have abilities? What is the shit? I don't. Where's my totem?
Did you maybe hide him? There's a button to hide abilities if you have some in the bottom left.
I don't.
That's very weird.
Huh? Chat, where's my abilities? Like, look, I'm gonna hide my face cam for a second. They're gone. Where can I?
Super weird.
It's crazy. Wait a second. Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. She's going to keep placing totems until we die. They're gone. I really don't know where they are. Yeah, I guess so. It's honestly weird. Really weirded out by a Ninja Kiwi for doing that to me.
Getting 72,000 in... Yeah, 72,000 in 1 round.
Listen up, players. I just got the Unstable Concoction Alchemist, and this guy, trust me or not, believe me or not, you just have to believe me, okay? This guy is extremely fucking powerful.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thanks for the money, by the way. Now I see the abilities, but where's the Azity ability? I am so confused. Is somebody automatically enabling the ability from... What is this icon above Azity set? It's from the mare monkey.
That's just above.
I think. Okay.
That shouldn't activate any abilities.
Alright. Okay, what do we pick? What do we pick? Willy. My good old friend. I have something in mind, but I'm gonna let chat decide what we picked. First person to rider monkey, we picked that shit. They're all going to be shit, but you know, let's keep the stream a bit interactive. Ninja, let's go for Ninja. Ooh. 0 to 1 Ninja. That's not that bad. 0. Yeah, I wouldn't use this guy. Yeah, no, nice. Thank you, Jason. What is this gift? Desperado. 1.8 million left. Is that possible? In like... Can we... Let's try to get it tonight, okay?
Yeah, that might be possible, yeah.
Let's fucking go. Desperado, I really want him. I prefer him over this random ass dinosaur monkey. And Mare Monkey sounds very cool, and I really like him. But I'm still gonna go for Desperado.
Beast Ham is also super cool.
That's my end goal. Chat! Everybody can join in. Here's the code. I'm gonna decide the next map. I'm playing this with another streamer. Everybody who's listening, every human, you can all join. The goal is to grind medals, get other medals, try out different shit, spontaneously go into free plays. Join in, baby. Join in. Willy, join in. Jason, join in. Lurkers, join in. What can I say? Here's the code. I'm in tutorial. Fuck the tutorial, bro. Skip tutorial. Skip tutorial.
Don't think you can.
Who needs tutorial?
And when Willy is here, we can just instantly go in shims.
Skip tutorial.
Carry us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. This guy's crazy. Oh my goodness. Yo, Willy, look at that. Carry me, he says. Let's do the shit on public and try to get one person in. God damn, bro. God damn. He's also using Benjamin. Interesting. Benjamin seems to be the meta. Like, honestly, whenever I stream BTD6, so many people use Benjamin. Is it a good way to, like, make money?
Oh, das gibt some money.
Next person is forced to stay in. Next person is forced to stay in. Whatever. Ah, he's just easy to use, alright. Yeah, that makes sense then. I place as the right in the beginning because I wanted to have a lot of pops. I'm only playing medium yet then. Should be chill. Grado is nice for hard maps, is he?
Okay.
Do you know Grado does?
No. No idea what Grado is.
He's basically all in a great hero, okay? He's a great hero.
Okay.
He's a great hero. I think he can like support other monkeys, place turrets. You need you definitely need some knowledge to play him well. He's also one of the newer ones.
Maybe a shot guy?
All in all, he's a all in all, he's a cool hero.
Okay.
I see myself using him, but I can't let go of SD. SD is just my love. Yeah, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah, SD is cool. No. Lol. Did you guys have some communication or some shit?
No, we just...
What happened there?
The same hero, so they cost the same. You got it at the same time.
Yeah, but why same location, like?
Because he's out of the way there.
Crazy. Once in a lifetime BG6 moment. Willy, did you take part in a poll on Discord? Sorry, I didn't read your message in case you said something about that. Yeah, I did. Okay, thank you, bro. It's just so I can get to know my community a bit more, and it's just a fun thing to do. La la la. What? Did you just curse at me, bro?
No.
Okay. Let noobs be noobs, okay? We all gotta respect the noobs. Do I have some? Oh, yeah. Okay, honest question. Guys, what do you use insta-monkeys for? Do you genuinely use them in some normal maps, like right now? Boom. Or do you, like, save them up for... for no reason? Like... I'm having hard times just using them. I have so... Oh my fucking god. I have so many.
I think some people use them for bosses.
For smart, yeah. Wait, is that possible?
Apparently someone said that yesterday.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, that's a good use case for bosses, because bosses are generally, they're already that hard, and then like insta-monkey. Yeah. Makes sense. Especially for the noobs out there. And if you are extreme noob like me, then you also use it here. In medium.
Medium, maybe not.
So, what did you even craft here? Ice shards. Removes camo and regrow properties when damaging balloons. Razor sharp shards fly out, ran. Blah, blah, blah. Cool.
Oh, nice.
Question for the pros in chat. When is Carmolet? What round is Carmolet? What round is Carmolet? I need to 59. Thank you.
And I already have anti-Carmolet.
Where?
Desperado.
Wait, wait, he's Carmolet?
Yeah, his middle path, the third upgrade is Carmolet.
Take aim ability. Target monkey gains improved range, accuracy, and camo detection. Desperado gains a long-range rifle to use against distant targets. Rifle shots excel against fortified targets and can pop lead balloons. Yeah, but that's not really. That's only when you use the ability, right?
No, the gun he always has, as long as the balloons aren't too close to him. It's just the ability I can put it on any monkey as well, additionally to that.
Yeah, but the ability it gives you the camo detection.
No, camo detection is the first in that upgrade path.
Yeah, take aim ability.
No, look at his abilities. The first in the middle is for camo for him as only.
Okay, I guess. Ah, wait, you mean the first? Ah, okay, get it. Okay, yeah, okay. I got you. Embrittlement can hit morph class balloons. All hit balloons become brittle, taking extra damage while frozen and losing lead immunity for a short time. Boom. Yeah, I'd say we're good to go. Do we have a dart monkey? Where's my free dart monkey? Is it this guy? Yeah. Last, I guess it's okay. Okay, bro, but why do you place him back there? Back there. He's never going to touch anything. Look, 0 pops, my friend. 0 pops, my friend. He is decoration. Decorational mare monkey. Look at me grinding here. Me grinding.
Well, if anything gets in there, back there, they are...
What?
They're dealt with.
What? That ain't gonna happen, bruh.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna happen, bruh. That ain't gonna happen, bruh. Zoom. We're going for a sub with morp damage. Boom. You think we got this, bro?
Yeah, we got this.
Easy. Who's money farming, by the way?
The bank.
Okay. You have to explain me something. Since when do you money farm, bro? That's so new.
Benjamin has an ability that boosts these banks, and so I started using them.
Ah, okay. Wait, somebody has to explain something. Why is it saying +0 hearts on Benjamin when he makes money?
He heals as well, but he didn't take damage, so he can't heal anything.
That's crazy. Wait, since when can you heal with... That's cool as fuck. Yep. Like legit, that's really, really cool.
Yeah, so you could use Azul's abilities more, because we healed it back.
That's cool as fuck, damn.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe there is some... Was it knowledge? Yeah, I think there's some knowledge that makes banks generate health. Chat has to correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's something like that somewhere.
Ah, yeah, here. That's markets.
Where?
In the support, at the bottom, the second row. At the second column. Whoa, I think.
Healthy bananas. Marketplaces now produce 1 life per round, and central markets produce 3. And you know what? They stack up, bro.
Yeah.
They stack up, bro. Yo, Bloons ranked. Hello. What's good? Join in.
Hello.
Just chilling. Here's a code. Everybody can join again, as always. Cool name, by the way. Cool name, by the way. Bloons ranked. Cool name. Let's go for... I'm tempted, but no. No. Wait, why do I have a golden border around this? I don't have all the medals.
Weird.
Confused. Let's go for a new map. Oh, bro, logs. There's a reason I have so many medals on this map. It's epic as fuck. Let's go for... Ooh, this looks interesting. Hard mode, alternate Bloons rounds, everything. Do I want a split? Make it funny or not?
Oh, the outside one, that would have been probably horrible.
Yeah, no. Okay, let's go. LCD, we got bench. Okay, guys, how lazy do you want to be? How lazy do you want to be? Wait, how is your level so high? You mean me? I honestly don't know. Honestly don't know. It's been like 2 years or so since I played this. I'm just coming back this week. I'm guessing a viewer boosted me. You have to tell me. I was like 155 and then veteran is kinda legit. But if this is not legit, then let me know, please. Maybe I got boosted. I don't know. This is the thing I said, lawyers. When you stream, you have such a high chance to get like flagged, boosted, anything. This is also my third account, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I had way more medals, way more.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it really is. Jason, bro, let's wait a second. Yeah, I want to play with 4 people, that's why. Jason, is my level weird? Because Bloons rank just said something, then... No, I'm confused as fuck. You can't do shit like that with a noob, bro. I don't think so. I guess. Okay. Another trio round. Yeah, alright, bro. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, it totally could be boosted. I honestly don't know myself. I honestly don't really have an overview about my BT6 carrier. Can't give you a clear answer.
Oh, thanks for that.
It's like I'm only really playing this when I'm streaming. And thus I know shit about my carrier, okay? And I've been streaming this for so long. Let's go! Hello! Yo, Jason, thanks for joining, by the way. It's always fun to have some people join up. And not just randoms. I mean, that's the whole purpose why I'm streaming this. That's the whole purpose.
Oh, der Akamos. Lucky you have Ninja.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah.
So you can remove this thing for $0.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Don't have money though, I'm gonna wait for Ashley. Yeah, it's definitely fun, yeah. Super duper funny. Also waiting for Willy to join up. He's like doing the tutorial, which should take around 10 minutes.
Well, you need to get to level 20 or 10, but it should still be fast.
Liars.
Yeah.
I do not see an English tag, my brother.
Oh, okay.
You need to put an English tag in your Twitch.
Oh, put it in.
What about you, Jay? Are you also downloading, Jay? I wanna have the good old times back, bro, where lobbies got filled within a few seconds.
That's awesome.
I mean, yeah, it obviously is not gonna happen in the first day of streaming this game, but it's definitely a cool feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how's Jason player 4? Can you explain me this?
I have no idea.
That's good as like. Just kindly asking to not place any towers on the top right because I'm going to make a craft a alchemist.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That is good. That is good. How long you've been playing this game, Jason? Like since when and how many hours in total? Boom. Full metal jacket. Yo, we need camo on the bottom. Whoever's doing bottom, do camo, please. Oh shit!
Bottom.
Let me cook it up real quick. There we go. We got camo sniper. We got Azity, but yeah, this is not really going to be enough. We need a bit more camo somewhere. Is this guy new?
The ninjas would be good to upgrade, I think, for camo.
Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm the only person placing towers? Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. We got this guy. Never mind. Shrapnel shot is smart. Wait, shrapnel shot is in all directions, right? I think it's all directions, like, if you shoot this way and then, yeah, it should be all directions. But sure, yeah, it is. Thumbs up. That means yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 years? That's a long time. That's a long time.
1,600 hours is quite a bit.
It comes down to the hours though. 1,600? Yeah, I'd say you are somewhat addicted. Yeah, definitely. I mean, 3 years? Yeah. If it's 3 years, then yeah. It screams of an addiction, my friend. I do get the addiction, though.
Yeah.
I do get it. Locked in for 2 years, retired, and now it's the comeback. The big comeback. Carrying streamers.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell not, my friend? Why does Desperado have 2 ranges?
The outside one is for his rifle, the inside for his pistol. So the outside one is stronger.
Easy. I'm leveling to 20 because otherwise I can't. Oh, it's level 20. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was level 10. How's the progress though, Willy? And do you actually see yourself playing this game? I play BG6 every now and then. I guess you could say it's a main game of my Twitch streams. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fun game, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say it's somewhat a main game of mine. What is that turtle down there? And this random ass thing?
The beginning is just really just putting everything on the field, so you can't really plan.
Type 1 in chat if you know the song. Type 2 in chat if you don't know the song. Nice. Okay, good. Good. Pew. We're. Yeah. Of course. I think this is a song everybody knows. It's one of those. Let's place totem right there. Who should I prefer? Wait. How far is the totem range? Let me see real quick. Oh, okay. It's way further than expected. Let's do like this then. So the Benjamins get buffed. Wait, can the totems buff Benjamins? Good question. Good question. I don't have my noob book on me right now. So I'm kindly asking chat to say yes or no. Does Ezzy totem buff Benjamin? Wait, I don't think so.
Do the totems even buff?
Some towers.
What to say?
Towers. They buff towers.
Yeah, but what exactly do I give? Attack speed? Damage?
I guess.
Because Benjamin doesn't attack.
No, I actually do think he does.
He throws his Tulanas that give a debuff.
Ah, okay. Yeah, 2015 song. Good old times, my brother. I'm gonna see where this goes. I'm gonna keep streaming this game. Grow a community, play some other games. And I just wanna honestly compare how it is streaming in English compared to streaming in German as a main language. And I also wanna train my language, get better at it over time. We see how it goes. We see how the journey goes. Howdy gobba. We see how the journey goes. Liars, are you taking your money with you into the grave, or what is the plan?
I'm saving up for a level 5 tower.
What fucking level 5 tower, bro?
The Mere Monkey level 5.
Why?
Why not?
The final harmonic. This elder can echo its irresistible tune anywhere. While devastating to Bloons. The call inspires no years. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah.
Magic monkeys get extra peers. Do we have any magic monkeys up here? Mint Ninja. Is Azadi considered magic monkey, chat? She is somewhat a magician, I would say. Boost his hack. Ah.
That was actually pretty good.
I'm gonna go for a... How long is this open now? You can place water shit, guys. Oh my god, I'm so... whatever, let's just use this right now. We still get the buff. Should be good. Should be Gucci. Holy shit, Torino, player 4. Mermaki seems meta. Everybody's using this guy.
It's a very strong monkey, yeah. I think at least.
I like him. I like him. I don't really like the dinosaur guy. I mean, I don't really have knowledge on this guy.
The Beast Tamer, I find him really cool, but
I
I rarely use
I
him.
had
too much setup.
I had to be Senna in an old account, but I never really enjoyed it, really.
I enjoyed it, but I really need to focus on that, and I never do that.
Yeah. You have to, it's that type of tower where you have to put in a lot of effort. I'm open to try them out, like, but I don't have them right now.
Nice. Really, level 20.
GG's. GG's in chat for Willy. Another BT6 player reaching level 20. Ready to join co-op. That's always nice. That is always nice. Hell yeah, man. Now give me a second, we are nearly done. 5 more rounds.
Yep.
And then we can go straight into business.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I wanted to get Spike Factory XP. Too late, bro. I think you should place your towers very soon in the game to get the most of it, the most XP.
Oh, it's probably the best.
This is way too late. This ain't gonna do shit. 195,797. I wanna do an experiment. Is it worth it placing this so late? Don't worry, Willy. Don't worry. As I said, everybody can join. Like, even if you're minus 100, level 100, if you know shit about this game, basically, you can still join. I'm not a tryout or something like that. Yeah. Just trying to have some fun and grow the community a little bit. Everybody's welcome. And if you're shit like Willy, you just get carried.
Yep.
Hex! Boom! Easy. GG's.
Yo, GG's.
I still wanna check one thing though. Ah, you can't. Okay, let me do this real quick. Do this. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. I don't know this. This is cool as fuck. This is cool as fuck. Seems useful. This is cool as fuck. Okay, but why did I went into here? So I wanna 160k 378. Was it worth it? No. You have to place shit in the beginning. Ah, makes sense. Here's the code. Everybody join in. Let's switch up a little bit so everybody gets to play. It's not like we are having 100 of viewers. But still, join in, guys. Here's the code. Yeah, come in, Vinny, bro. Come in. Let's do some shit. Let's play another new map. I wanna go from new maps that are new. What? Is this new? Sulphur Springs?
Can you click on it so I can see it?
Is this new?
I have many medals already.
Within the last year?
I don't know when I got them, but I have all the standard and one extra for hard.
Yeah, let's go.
Shot.
Let's do some cursed shit. Let's go.
Oh, that's
Let's do me.
so cursed.
Yeah, we only hard mode, normal hard mode. We got a noob in the game. Oh. Sorry, Willy. We have Willy in the game. You're welcome, of course.
Probably didn't even unlock every monkey yet, I think.
Yo, what? Oh no, Dad. Oh no, data in the game. Should I use Azady? I kind of feel like I'm gonna get this spot and then I can't place her anywhere. Well, no, it doesn't matter where I go. I can place her. This is. Yeah. Let's do Azady. Yes. Okay, this is great. This is great news.
That's a good one.
Yours was my my wish. Let me join. Nah, Willy. No voice channel, my brother. No voice channel. No voice channel. Just the streamers. Just the streamers. Okay, how does this work? We have this. I assume it goes around like that, and then it does another circle down here. Cool map.
Mhm.
Pretty simple, pretty default. Doable. So it goes here. I don't really want to waste this. Let's do. Okay.
Wait, which one got Billy? Yeah, that's not that nice of a spot for Billy.
Yeah, let's do that.
His first round is like that.
Wait, where's Billy? Honestly, I don't feel like you're gonna get any pops, bro.
That's not very nice.
If the balloons go only on lava, then yeah, you're screwed. Did bro just left the game?
No, he doesn't.
No. Okay, I thought he rage quit because of the spot. We good, yeah. We good, brother, we good. Yeah, we are ready, right?
Yep.
Alright, I see. How do the balloons go? What's the exact path? Alright, just like I assumed. It's gonna, yeah. Oh well, Jason has the ending though. He can like be all back up with Spike Factory-ish thingy magic.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody has a use case, I guess. I wish to have the Spike Factory place though, because I wanna go for this. This is my ultra dream. Mega massive munitions factory. Wait, Jason, is this new? I was asking this before you went there. Is this a new tower? The Paragon? That must be the newest Paragon in the game, right? That must be the newest Paragon in the game. It's the newest one. Holy shit, I need this. Fuck. Do you have that? Oh, 1 million XP. Oh, that must be so fucking cool.
But we have a summer spot at the beginning there, right next to my dart monkey.
810,000. 1 second. What?
Yeah, Paragons are for free play.
Wait, is it the most expensive Paragon? $810,000. Wait. Nah. Yeah, I don't even have the map. Crazy shit. Yeah. Okay, that's my main goal. Let me note it down somewhere. Damn. Fuck. I need that. I need that. To anyone who has this tower, rate it from 1 to 10. Just rate it right now. 1 to 10, freestyle. This one. Mega massive munitions factory. I'm already giving it a 10 because I absolutely fucking love this tower. There's a reason behind having all the level 5s. There's a reason behind that. Willy, what would you rate that? I assume you have that. Willy, my boy. Let's go for an alchemist up here. Yeah, that was the plan, right? Right there. Let me try one thing. Ooh, that's lit. That's lit. Okay. Let me see real quick. Is it enough ranger? Yeah, it is enough ranger. That seems good. We got 1, 2, and number 3, which is probably going to be a Sniperino, one of my favorite towers in the whole game. No, never mind. It sucks on this map. Yeah, why not? I have an idea. Does this work? Even if it doesn't, I can replace the alchemist. I have an idea.
Any camo?
We have lead back here.
Okay, good.
But somebody should... Yeah, we should be good in a minute. Let me just do this quick.
Setting up for
there. I'm gonna make 1 into ballistic and 1 into triple armor piercing dots. Right? Yeah. Alright, now we should have lead any second. Let me just get the advanced intel. Is this enough range for this? Yes, perfect. Recommend cyber.
Hello.
Hello, good sir. Hello. Hello, welcome in. Hello. Boat in the middle. Yep, I love it. I love it. Boom. Okay, we have lead. Or do we already have lead in the beginning? Look at that crew up here. Oh, this map is crazy. People are really trying to get some pops on this map. Kinda sweet. Kinda sweet. Oh my god. Never mind. Sniper is... Bro, why does it suck to be a noob, bro? Ah, sniper is viable. It is viable, but it's too late. It's too late. I have a different plan right now. What I'm gonna do is one of this and one of this. Bro, I'm not making this up. Oh yeah, there's like different layers. You have like the bottom and the top. Streamer needs money. Payment, please. There you go. Thank you. Let's get another advanced intel. So we have the ultra mega giga damage. There you go. There you go.
Some money now. One ship that gives money at least.
So this plus this should be enough to make all three buffed at all times once we have Berserker Brew. This is lit up here. Okay, but who is wasting this spot up? Wait, you should do something here. Guys, we have crazy spots. Look at that. Player 3. Willy. We have this spot, bro. Remember. Right in the beginning. Do something. Here. Eat. Eat good, bro. Eat good. Have my money. Play something right there, Willy. On the beginning stone. What is that? Some Batman box. Cool.
That guy's the trap that gives also money.
Okay. Quick question to everybody in the lobby. What is everybody's plan? My plan right now is to get armor piercing darts against mobs. This should be done for now. And this and stronger stimulant. So these are my plans. What about you, Liars?
I'm going for the Mare Monkey upgrades so you can stop mobs. And auch halt probably the Desperado Headhunter.
Sounds good, sounds good. What about 1 Delta? aka Willy. Willy, you should focus on placing shit because you're like level 20. You need to unlock all the towers, all the abilities. Do freestyle. Do freestyle. Doesn't matter. Make money or also do freestyle. We got you, bro. You need the XP.
Mhm.
What is Jason doing? Where is Jason? Ah, yes. Banana farm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ah, and he's the owner of the Batman box. Nail gun and sentry shots do extra damage in mob class and 45 balloons. Sounds good. Sounds good. Does he do a good job? 12k? Yeah, it's good. 12k is fine. That's good. Yeah, that's very good.
And he hasn't even leveled banana plants.
Yeah, exactly. What is this? First strike capability. First strike ability. A devastating missile strike targeting the largest balloon on screen. Plus splash damage. Is this good or not? Probably. Largest balloon? Probably good for around 80. Also very expensive. I'm going for stronger stimulant first. I'm enjoying my corner. Seems good, bro. Seems good. Great for 80, yeah. Yeah. 40k is a lot of money, so you should think about it. You should think about it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Also going to use totem on round 80. Let me already place it somewhere where it's going to get all of those monkeys. Is this enough? Perfect. Yep. Easy going. Wait, is that our default range? Yeah. Perfect. Oh shit. Bomb. I was boosting my 000. That monkey. Yeah, I want to do some spike XP. It probably ain't gonna work. Well, it does work up here. It's not gonna pop anything though. Yeah. Makes no sense. Why are we playing this scuffed ass layout? It is already annoying me at this point.
No idea where you took that.
I wanna mix shit up, bro. I wanna do random shit. That's why.
Okay.
Cyber Doctrina! Thank you for following. We are at 61 from 100. Only 49 left. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Here's my kiss to you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to be famous on Twitch. That's my end goal. I wanna be the next XQC. And do crazy projects as bigger I get. Bro, my English is getting better. It's only day 2 of my real comeback on Twitch. And Jason! Yes. Here, thumbs up for you. Thumbs up for my brother Jason, who is doing crazy shit up here. Monkey City increases influence radius, cash generation. Oh, that's smart. That's good. 90,000 pops. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this? Wait a second. Damn. Hallo Viking Max. My name is Max. And 44 is my number. How the fuck did you spawn in chat? 44 is my favorite number, honestly, right now. I'm not even... I'm not making it up.
Oh, and GG's.
I'm not making it up. Fucking random ass moments in the live stream arena. GG's chat. Let me drop a GG as well. I always do GG's in every game I play. A GG is just respect, bro. Gamer respecting each other. Gamer respecting each other.
We're the one who has...
Willy, where's the GG? Jason, where's the GG? Liars, where's the GG? Am I the only person writing GG down? It's a gamer thing to do. GG or ban. Thank you.
Das ist ja irgendwie ein Problem mit falschen Versionen.
Liars, use push to talk. I don't want to listen to German. My goodness. Sorry, Jet. Yeah, I'm not a German. German is not my main language. I don't wanna influence people into German language here. Okay, chat. Let's go for Party Parade. New map. I wanna try it out. Oh, this. Yeah, let's wait for people. Here's the code. Join in. Please. Rima Whiskey, welcome in. Welcome in, Rima Risky. Welcome in.
Hello.
My name keeps changing. Wait, that's you, bro? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice. You know what? Trio round, easy. For all the haters. This is gonna be hard as fuck. To all the haters not joining up. This is the chimps round. Yes, exactly. Because he's not joining up, I'm gonna do chimps. Everybody's desire. No. Chimps. This is exactly what I'm gonna do. So, let's do chimps. Max round 10. Let's go. Oh, we only have one heart?
Yeah, one heart. That's unpopular already.
And 2 paths. Oh my god, no.
And no monkey knowledge.
Okay, let's communicate. Willy, you do nothing. Liars, you do left. I do right. Let's go.
Try one moment. I need to. I want to. That's not free, by the way.
Oh. Bro, can you tell me that before, bro?
I told you that we don't have monkey knowledge.
Yeah, I didn't know you need monkey knowledge for free monkey. Don't expect shit of me. I'm the biggest noob in the game. I'm worse than Willy. I don't care if I have 600 hours. I am worse than Willy. Trust me or not, bro.
Okay.
Tell me that next time. Now I place a random ass dart monkey. Okay, who cares? You know what? Let's go. My fucking goodness, bro.
Yeah, we're dead.
Willy coming in with the clutch. Hey, what happened?
Nah, on my side was one as well.
Liars! Alter, ey, ich hab keinen Bock mehr. Nee, reicht. Reicht, first try, reicht. First try. Ja. Ah. Okay, yeah, I honestly don't know what's smart to do in this case. We have.
I don't know.
Willy, okay, let me pull out the plan. Willy, you give me money first. Give me 500 money. I will give you money back. Don't worry. This is just strategy now. So this right there. Okay. Next up. Which heroes do you guys have? I need to know this first.
I have Benjamin.
Benjamin. Okay, why did you pick Benjamin? Let me ask you.
Suddenly started chimps.
Yeah, because I want to prove the haters wrong.
Yeah, that I didn't have time to think about my hero.
What do you have, Willy? Quincy, okay, that's... How much does she cost? Let's do a strategy real quick.
Yeah, Benjamin is in chimps.
500. Okay, Willy, you buy Quincy and place her on the left side. I gave Liars money accidentally. Give it to Willy, please. Thank you. Okay, Willy. Okay. What? Oh no, I should probably do first. Yeah, smart. Okay. 85 left. You give me the $85. And now... Jason, that's my humor. It's Willy's second time playing this game. It already ships. Okay, thank you for the $85. Okay, now what we do is die. Never mind, we're not gonna die round 1. Easy.
Yeah.
Wait, why the fuck is it round 6? This makes no sense.
It starts at round 6 in chimps.
This game is kinda weird, bruh. Yeah, I need from everybody the money constantly. Give me your... We lost. Yeah, okay, I'm out of here. Let's make some normal shit. Chat, here's the code. Whoever joins first can play. I'm done with the shit. This is annoying as fuck, bro. Chimps is impossible. Nah, Chimps is way too hard, bro.
Yeah, Chimps is way too hard. I'm probably
How did I
through
get Chimp's medal? Wait a second. Where? Okay,
also have one because I
I
got
mean,
carried.
makes sense. This map is easy as fuck. And probably unlocks, let me guess. Yeah. Obviously. Makes sense. Let's go for some event map. I know people love to do event shit. Do we have event map? Yes, we have here. Whatever, let's go for it.
That's a cool map.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna close my eyes and we pick the one that I. It's a good or bad?
It's fine, I guess.
Let's go. Oh, it's fine. Okay, no, this is good. No, all good. I wanna do Spike Factory. Yeah. That's my goal. Perfect. I'm happy. Oh, you are kind of fuckless.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna do mortar anyway, so that has this universal.
Mortar?
Yeah.
Is it
because
good?
It's perfect for this map. For this map, it's absolutely perfect.
Try, let's go. Yeah, let's go. We got this. This is normal hard. Wait, what did I pick? I forgot.
Yeah, hard. Normal hard.
Okay, easy. Let's go. Easy grind.
Oh, thank you.
Who's Tekau Juliet?
Probably Willy.
Willy.
My name again.
I like it, Willy. I like it.
Oh, yeah, I got Benjamin. Then.
Can Azuri shoot through walls, guys? Thank you. This should work, right? I mean, she's eventually gonna get more range, and then she can also pop up there. Yeah, seems good. I like it. All right, let's go. Still got my free monkey, which is going to go right over here.
If you click on your monkey, there's a button to change where he aims your mortar. And you can aim in the middle there where they spin around for some time.
Let me skip the song. It's from Life is Strange. What was that?
Someone did like some emote or something, but yeah, that.
One in chat if you know the song, two if you don't. Please don't. Please tell me you know the song. There is no way nobody knows the song. Nah. It's from Arcane. Is that Storm? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. It is. It's from Arcane, the one song. It's probably the most popular song from Arcane. Yeah. Next to Enemy. Yeah. Honestly, when we only talk about Arcane, I would say this is the most popular song. Enemy's like, yeah. It just got put into Arcane and it's not made for Arcane.
I'm gonna the banana farm.
The lawyer's kindly asking to remove your dart monkey because I need him, the space.
Okay, you can even place everything there, right?
And, wait, actually, no, you can, yeah, you can keep it. I can place the alchemist more, towards...
I cannot
No, don't need it. Keep him. Keep it. Every pop is useful.
Okay.
I got this. Ah yeah, mid-bottom. Let's go for a perma spike, which I'm probably not gonna get, but let's go for it. Just for the XP, we need the XP. Let me type down the XP and see how much we got at the end of the game. I'm trying to do some science. Make a 024 Morsa?
Wait, let me look at what that is. Yeah, anti-Moab. Let's see. Never used the bottom order, but could you try it out here?
Let's craft 2 spike factories. Oh shit, bro. It carried already. It already carried us. Look at that. Let me check the other towers. I was focusing on my spike factory. What is this? Okay, that's good. Ooh, that's really good. Especially for over here. It's like gonna bounce over and over again. Yo, why is everybody making money farms?
Because that's overpowered.
Is it really?
You get so much more. I sometimes get multiple level 5 towers if they're not too expensive.
But I can't say goodbye to Azuli. That's the problem I have.
Why would you say goodbye to Azuli?
Because you're doing it with Benjamin.
Oh, if I have Benjamin, you also get the buff for the banana farm banks, I think.
Ah, okay.
But he buffs only the banks. And the autumn is also good.
Question: does anyone has the knowledge to make marketplaces generate health? You know what? Let me try it.
Sure.
I wanna try something for science. Boom. I think it was 023 that I did in the past. Let's try to make some health. Okay, so it's a shared knowledge, right? So only one person needs it, Jason. Oh, I wanna know. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, we're making health. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Very, very nice. It also collects itself. Right? Yeah. I love Marketplace. It's probably my favorite banana farm.
It's pretty nice.
I never really got into the middle. My monetary monkey bank loan shit. I have 0 experience in the middle lane there. Top and bottom is cool.
I also only started using that because of Benjamin.
Where are you? Bottom left? Okay. All money generated by the farm is now stored in the bank and earns 15% interest each round.
Yeah, because of Benjamin, 20%.
Sounds good. Sounds good, my brother. Somebody... Oh, yeah. Willy, you have to pick up the bananas manually. With the mouse. Yeah, exactly. Or, what you can do, you can go to the Insta Monkeys and buy a banana farmer. He's going to pick up the bananas for you. Willy, you should play shit as well, bro. You need the XP, you need the abilities. If you give me money, I'm thankful, don't get it wrong. But you need to progress, brother. You need to progress. You need to progress.
On chimps.
I never say no to money though. I never say no. Thank you very much. Here you go. Another marketplace. You know what? Let's go for round 100. Let's go for round 100.
Yo, can do that.
Let's go. I got money farms. I want to try this out. I want to get XP. Deadly spikes. I want to get a second one. For the full XP. I'm probably going to get three spike factories. And one alchemist boosting them all. You might have to... Yeah, delete the dark monkey, please.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it was just for the beginning there. Anyway.
I have a plan.
No. I'm just gonna get all the upgrade path for the mortar.
I think Willy wants an expert map. Jason said.
An expert
I
map.
kinda want it as well. It's all I can do for the team. Bro, imagine being in Willy's shoes. Like, no joke. Like, imagine. I don't think... Do you have any abilities when you start the game?
Yeah, everything only level 1 towers.
It's only level 1 you have, right?
Yeah,
Crazy.
quick XP.
Willy,
Because we're on hard, you should get pretty quickly XP, I think.
Willy, good luck on your journey, mate. Good luck on the journey. If you need help, let us know. We're always here to help, bro. BT6 is a great journey. Unlocking the abilities for the first time. Would love to experience the same feeling again, mate. Fuck. Fuck me. Yeah, this is fine then. Just like this.
Blue.
What's the top lane? Cut through lead balloons and frozen balloons. Oh, you need special shit for frozen balloons? I didn't know that. Produces spiked balls that do extra damage to ceramic and fortified balloons. Spiked mines explode violently. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. My favorite is Perma Spike. Chat, what's your favorite? Let's talk about the Spike Factory. Super Mines, Carpet, or Perma? What would you choose? You have to choose one to be your favorite right now. Which one would you pick? I would go for Perma Spike. I love it. Ooh. This one costs 135,000. This is the most expensive. This is the second expensive, and this is the least expensive. I would definitely go for this one. I love this. Especially with like buffs. Wait, bro. It's a primary monkey, right? No, it's not. Okay. Perma, yeah. What would you say, Elias? You didn't say anything?
Need to take the top path.
Top path?
The mines.
Interesting. I mean, they're good, right? They're good too. Which one would you pick, Willy? Willy, stop typing in chat and pick up your bananas! Pick up your banana, you fucking banana! Oh, I got hex code. Oh, GG's, I didn't use it.
Nice.
Still, level 100, level 100, level 100,
Yep.
level 100, no. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, my debt is paid off. Let's take another debt.
Yeah, thanks for the cash. I will
use it right
save for the permaspike. Let's try to get one. Let's try to get me some XP, because my goal is this. I really wanna try this on stream for the first time ever. Oh, bro. No joke, Lars.
Yeah.
I had several accounts, okay?
Yeah.
I used all the paragons, I'm pretty sure. Wait, can somebody make me a list real quick? What's all the paragons you have? You have this, you have... If I'm missing anything. I have tried this, I have tried this. I tried this. Yeah, I haven't tried this. It was my biggest wish to Ninja Kiwi to make a spike paragon. Believe me or not. And they did it, brother. I have to try this. Oh my god. I think I tried everything else. I think there is a paragon for the darkening gunner. I tried this. If there's one, I tried this. Is there a sniper paragon? No, there's not. I mean, I would see it.
Yeah, apparently the permaspikes are pretty good.
Permaspike! Let's go. PogChamp. Ah yeah, you can only have one. Forgot about that. Oh, should be enough. It's also buffed. I wonder if I can buff it even further.
My first level 5 tower.
Does this help at all? Oh, it does. It says of all monkeys. No space though. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. We Gucci. Let me try the hex code. Boom. So hex means you... Mob hex. Places a curse on a mob class bloon. It takes damage every second until annihilated. And once it gets destroyed, nothing happens after, right? Like no bloons are going to appear. It's just gone, it just vanishes.
Oh, so like the Bloon TD.
Yeah. Yo, who's shooting like crazy? What is this mortar?
That's my bottom left for me. All 3 mortar paths.
Yo, can we just appreciate this real quick? Look at all the mortars on the map.
It's the perfect map for mortars.
Crazy shit. We got... Nice. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Willy, bro, make something, Willy. Make something. You're rich. You're rich, brother. Make something. Let me slow down for a second for you. Make something, bro. Craft random towers. Get some XP. Bro. I'm good, bro. You're the noob. I'm done with my goal for this map. What is he gonna spend on his money on, bro? He has nothing to buy. If you think like that.
Can buy a million.
He can't even spend that. He can't. Yo, sorry, Willy, by the way. I can talk like this because Willy, he's like... He's a mate of a friend of mine. That's why I'm trolling. Okay, Jason, here, bro. Take it. 270,000. What the fuck? Crazy. What is he buying? Okay. God damn, bro. Okay. Bro's putting the cool glasses on. I get it, bro. Okay, let's delete all the monkeys. He's gonna solo.
We did.
GG's.
And now my ability data just got knocked.
We got a Paragon. We got a fucking Paragon.
we got
Jason.
Paragon.
GG. Yo, Max. GG's.
Wait, was? Das ist Paragon, right?
GG's.
Wait.
Damn.
Yo, nice. Then,
Chat, hello.
yo, everyone left already. Gonna go out of the round then as well.
Somebody? Hello?
Got a level 4 tower from Instant Monkey.
Hello? Is anyone here? Yeah, we the content doesn't continue until we somebody picked an Insta that I open.
Look at it. What's going on there?
No streamers allowed. No streamers allowed.
Ah.
Viewer has to pick. Viewer has to pick. No streamers allowed. Okay, yeah, I'm good with staying here. I'm good with staying here. I can talk. Jason, let's just wait, okay? Let's just wait, bro. Oh wait, he probably doesn't even know the names of this. This is Tank Shooter, Magic Wizard, Harry Potter, Cannon, Ninja. The Bandana Dude, okay. Let's go.
A few more points and I'm on the 4th.
Moment of truth. Willi, it's your choice. Which one do we open first? If it's a 300, you will get VIP for 1 week. 300. Unlucky for you, my friend. Unlucky for you.
Are you even at the point where you can get level 3s?
Wait, I also... Can you get level 3s? Wait,
Which test are you on?
Wait, I might be scamming my viewers.
If you're the first, that's not possible.
The second.
Okay, that might be possible. I just got a level 4 on the 3rd. So
Okay.
It might be possible.
Okay. Jason, can I get level 3 monkeys on this chest? I'm just making sure real quick. Sorry for you, Willi. Maybe next time. Maybe next time, my friend. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. You have another chance. Yo, I need an answer real quick. Can you get level 3 monkey on level 2 chest? Probably, right? Probably. Rare, but yeah. Okay, yeah, then it's fine. I did not scam my viewers, Elias.
That's nice.
Yep. Okay, next we have Liars. Create a lobby, choose a map, bro. I'm done.
Okay.
Let me join up.
Oh, lobby is created. I'm also gonna post it.
It's kinda cool that we live in the same apartment.
Yeah, that makes it useful.
This way I can just... That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even need a code for that.
Oh, then, priority, let's start.
This map is shit, please no.
Okay. Then I'm gonna take in the front one. Okay, then the next part map, this one.
Oh, that's fine. Give me a second. Yo. Ah, wait, Willi doesn't have pad, right? Never mind. Let's go for it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
I was like, everybody pick pad, but can't. We can't.
So then, let's go in.
Let's go. Willi, my friend, are you gonna join up often more, bro? More often, I mean, sorry. Yeah, it's fun, yeah.
Okay. Jason and Willie don't have the best spots here. Oh, actually, they come from both sides. It's fine. That is actually a good split.
Why is Lars getting so much money? Huh?
You get me money for Benjamin.
Ah, okay.
Jason.
What the hell is this? What the helicopter is this? I honestly never saw these before.
No idea.
Wait. Is this per player? Or is this all together? Well, I'm confused. What am I looking at? I can't think, bro. I can't think. It's a new power? But what is the upgrade thing? I mean, I get this. But what is that? Upgrade? Interesting though, yeah. You can upgrade powers. Power pros. I'm completely lost. Not regular powers. I have no idea. I'm completely lost. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No idea either.
Wait, charge beacon. Monkey beacon can store up to 5 beacon storm ability charges. Replenish 4 charges instantly with monkey money. Okay, yeah. As long as it provides good, then why the hell not, right? Why the hell not? You don't have to make a fucking book of out of everything. Hashtag your life, hashtag your life, hashtag your lonely, lonely life. Hashtag your life, hashtag your life, hashtag your lonely, lonely life. Boom! The Alchemist made the pop. Hashtag your life.
I think they did top half. So everything in the monkey.
Alchemist, I'm not a pup for you, my friend. Boo! Ding 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 ding. Add more pups for the. Yo, come on, my friend. This is expensive, bro. You can't waste your money like that. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a squadron. I'm flying. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hashtag your life. Such a nice song.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Of course I know that.
What do you mean, of course?
Like, you know the band through me.
Yeah, but I don't know every single song of every band that I listen to.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
I know. Yeah, that's one of the more known.
Sometimes you only like one song and the rest is kinda shit for you.
Yeah.
Or you never really listen to them. That's a regular Monkey Storm. I only know one Monkey Storm like this one. That costs money. Which one are you talking about?
I got the...
Ah. Interesting. Ah, okay, I kind of get it. You have that one thing that can do many things. That's a cool thing. That must be new, right? Yeah, it must be new. It must be new. I mean, never saw it before. First time seeing that. And then obviously it's new. Cool thing. Very cool thing. Let's go for the expensive mob defense. Yep. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, he looks like Giga Shad. Who's the owner of this player one? Elias. Ah, okay.
The man monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks huge.
Buff is cool. Yep.
Did he just solo the mob?
I don't think he did.
Crazy guy.
But he is buffing your hero.
Wait, what?
He gives buff to everyone in its range.
What does he do?
What was it again exactly?
A small
more-
pierce increase.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, there we go. Now we have these three with super buffs, basically. Easy? The new boss is easy? Are you sure about that, mate? I thought that any boss is easy.
Maybe for people who always play bosses. For us, it's probably extremely hard.
Yes? Okay, okay. Cook it up, brother, cook it up. Let's try it, let's try it. Wait. Just for clarification really quick. Boss is harder than chimps, right? Boss is harder than chimps. I assume.
Probably.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Look at my sub. Triple guns. You like it?
Oh yeah, that's good.
It's also getting buffs. Yeah.
I also often take that one.
Let me get rid of... No, I'm gonna keep him. I'm gonna do something with him. Do this. Look. Put him on last so he keeps shooting in one lane. Yeah. This is great. This is great. Oh, we need some calm on the right side, if he's like. What's happening? What do we have on the right side? I'm focusing on the left too much. I mean, I can't even place there. What is happening here? What is happening here? Who is this? Player 2 and 3 and 4. This is the viewer side. This is the streamer side. What is going on here? Jason, what's your plan? Wait, where's Jason? He's doing magic shit with this guy. Money. Oh, this is not Camo. This is Camo. And now we are good. Yeah. Thank you, Jason. Good job, bro. Good job. This should give Camo detection to everybody, yeah. Look, my beacon shoots now. It doesn't.
Nothing gets into its range, but it should shoot its upgrades health.
Grants free super monkeys every several rounds. What is this?
Kind of insane.
Wait, how do you even equip that? Wait, it's that thing. You can't buy it. Unox Pro with Super Monkey Storm. Nah, you get XP for doing this? Wait, so basically I have to buy this like 100 times to get XP to get this. Am I right? Am I correct with that? Yes. What the fuck? Kinda weird, since cash is real money basically, but okay. Well, you can get cash by playing the game as well. Ah, okay, I get it. Interesting. Very smart. Ninja Kiwi is a smart company, I would say.
Yo.
Very smart company. A lot of money, yeah. Very smart. Hello, bat. Who are you? Sweet little bat. Who's this? Why is it just flying around? Let's go for... Willy, what are you doing? Willy, you have $70,000! Do something, bro! You need to craft random towers, upgrade them randomly for the beginning, and unlock, bro. It's time to unlock. That's the first thing you do when playing this game. Unlock, get the towers to be better. You need 20,000. Okay, I'm gonna help you. Boom, you got 20k. Banana. And he buys a banana farm to make money for 10 rounds. I see where you're going, young Padawan. You're going to be into money farming. I see where this is leading. I see. You're gonna be the king of money farming.
Ooh, level up.
That's probably the exact opposite of what I'm doing. I'm spending and doing random shit.
Ruler of the Abyss.
I never make money farms.
Now my monkey is...
Well, Willy, let me tell you something. You are a smart player, okay? You're smart. Because money farms are smart.
Mhm.
Let's go... You know what? Let's go for round 100. Let's do this. Round 100 for fun. This is fun. Spontaneous round 100. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Give me the dance, brother. Give me the dance. Free play round 100.
Let's do it.
Yo, if anybody wants to join the next game, let me know. Well, you don't even have to let me know. Just type in a code and play with me. With us. Type in code, join the lobby. Everybody can join up. Level 1, level 100, level 1000. I literally don't care. Everybody can join up. This is a game made for the community. BTD6 is a community game. We are not doing any tryhard lobbies. Everybody can join in. Everybody. Bro, what is the mare monkey?
Yeah.
Why do I have a small interest in learning the beast handler? I feel like he could be cool.
It's very cool, but he just needs so much setup that I never use him.
Yo, does anyone has this max out? 0 XP. I mean, yeah, max out.
Check. A moment, I might be able to. No, I need a few 40,000 more XP.
You got that max out? I kind of want to see it, Jason. Like, honestly, I kind of want to see it. GG's, by the way. Let's do round 100.
Yep.
Can you do some beast handler shit, Jason? I'll give you money. Can we make a deal? Nice. I want to see it. Yeah, go for it. Go crazy, bro. A 2D cross shark with a taser. Dude, that's cool as fuck. Like, let's be honest.
You can then fuse them as well. It's really cool.
Wait, what? You can...
Yeah, you need to fuse them to the
Oh,
full
interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is like high effort tower. High effort, high reward as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yo, everybody give Jason money. I wanna see B-Sentinel going crazy. Liars, give him money, bro. You good to go, bro. You have our level 5 tower. You good to go, bro.
I'm close to second level 5, aber...
Give Liars Jason money, bro.
Yeah, I did.
Last one is 64k. Let's go for it. 64k. Let's give Jason 64k. Wait, what did you do, bro? What did you do? What is the goal?
He needs to last one and then fuse a few more into that.
Guy... Well, now we have the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus' huge raw and sharp teeth deal a ton of damage with each bite. T-Rex stomp ability stunts up zombie balloons within a wide area. Okay, I see. Giganotosaurus. The biggest and most fierce dinosaur of them all. Giganotosaurus can shred almost any balloon instantly and with ease. Stomp ability hits the whole map and lasts longer. Okay, that's crazy. Requires 3 additional Tyrannosaurus handlers to control. Let's go for it, bro. Everybody give my brother Jason money. We're going crazy. I wanna see some B-Sentinel shit. Let's go.
By the way, yesterday I saw someone use the top path and one-shot the level 100 thing.
Nah, let's go.
Yeah.
This map we go Gigantosaurus, next map we go Piranha, and the next map after next map we go Gia Falcon. I wanna see all of them.
Falcon was always my favorite.
Can we make a deal, Jason? Can we make a deal, please? I wanna see all of them. Oh shit. Nice, Jason. Okay, bro, focus up, bro. We are losing. Shit. They're getting far. Everybody focus up. This is what I love about BD6, bro. Like, try out towers, see different towers, make projects together. Bro, I love this shit, bro. Trust me or not, I love this shit. I love the community feeling. I love it. For 50,000 pops already. What on earth? What on earth?
We got the Tyrannosaurus. I still need some fusions.
Boom. Wait, slow down for a second. Gigantosaurus. Damn, bro. He's going to shred all the balloons, bro. Let's see. Coming in from the right side. Next round. Let's go to next round real quick. Boom. That was it? Bro! Wait, did he...
On full strength.
Wait, sorry. Nah, what is happening there?
Just eat them.
What the Okay, honestly, I didn't expect him to be that strong. He's just eating mobs and zombies and everything.
Yeah, he's not at full strength.
Wait, how?
There needs to be a few more fuse into him.
Here, Jason, take my money, bro. Take my money. Willy, give Jason money, bro. We're on our community quest. This is community quest. Oh, they are strong. Fuck. But the mermonkey is kinda making it stuck.
Yeah.
Dude, the mare monkey is OP as fuck against Bloons. Oh shit. Yeah. Did he just eat DDTs? Did I see that right? Nah. Oh, this is satisfying. Oh, this is satisfying. This is satisfying. I like the dinosaur. Oof, 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 oof. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Very, very satisfying. Okay, okay. Slow down for a second. We good. We good. We good. Okay, we good. I'm kinda shaking.
Oh, he's max level.
When they go this far. Damn, bro. Damn. Okay, let's make some marketplaces because I'm kinda scared.
At this point, it doesn't really help anymore.
Okay, okay, good.
More health doesn't bring anything in these late rounds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because one wound does 1000 damage.
Ah, okay, now get it. Wait, he's... What? Damn, damn. We also got an alchemist down here. Oh, bro, you gotta make it, nice. Jason knows it all, bro. What happened? This is very dangerous. Let's focus left side. Focus left side. They're gaining through. Give me money for Crossover Master. Give me money for Crossover Master. 10k.
I'm trying to get the last harmony for...
Bro, can I please have a level 5 tower, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that would be much more useful, but okay.
I don't want to be a side chick in this game, bro. Let's put him on strong. Here, eat, bro. Eat. Here. Oh, this is... Dude, I'm always shaking when they get that far because I feel like the dinosaur is slow, but he's actually fast. It's just the animation. Oh.
It's very scary.
Yeah, yeah. Do we have the thing that I can have 2 crossbow masters? I know it's somehow possible. We have them. Gigantosaurus! Carry! Gigantosaurus! Carry! Gigantosaurus! Carry! Yeah!
Carries.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
You did it.
Gigantosaurus!
I got Batman.
Oh, Gigantosaurus! I love you! Oof.
Okay. And I got 204 Super Monkey.
Gigantosaurus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually insane.
GG's chat.
Jeez.
Another person has a chance to win VIP for 1 week. Somebody who hasn't picked today. Are there any new viewers in chat? Any new viewers? Oh, Jason, this was epic, bro. I love the tower. I was actually against the beast center. I'm going all for looks. I was like, ugly shit. But it's actually cool as fuck. We gotta try the top lane. I wanna try top lane as well and bottom lane. Let's go again next round for top lane. Is there any viewer in chat who hasn't? Jay, are you here? Hello. Jay. Or anyone, come out from your dark corner, say hello, pick on monkey, win VIP on my Twitch channel for 1 week. If you get the right upgrade. Let's do some interactive shit right here. Let's go. Jay, choose a monkey. Choose. Choose. Spike shit, Harry Potter, Canon, Ninjago. Jay, here you go. You have the speech. We are on the second chest. Can you get tier 3 monkeys? Choose randomly, I don't care. It's all the gamble. We are gambling for VIP. Let's go. What's like fair to guess? Is a level 3 monkey a fair thing? I think it's too rare. I think it's way too rare. I think tier 3 is way too rare. Let's do tier 2. Okay, let's do a tier 2. Jay, you have the Bühne. Du hast die Bühne. Jay, you have the Bühne. Pick a monkey. Pick a Insta. Jay, hello. Jay. Jay. My friend. Top right. Harry Potter. Okay. What does white mean and what does green mean? I need to know this real quick, chat. Okay, everybody has 2 chances from now on. What is white and what is green? I need the exact explanation real quick before I give the offer. 5 stars? What? White any combo with 1? I don't get it. Like for example 2-1-0? Any combo with 2? Tier 1, okay, so 1-1-0. Okay, Jay, you have 2 chances to win VIP for 1 week on my Twitch channel. Which means nothing because I'm a small ass streamer. But still. If you get 0-0-1 on this one, you will get VIP. You can choose the second one. Give me any combo. Jason, you drop a combo. If Jay picks it, she gets VIP. 0-0-1 for this first one? Yeah. Sorry for you, Jay. No VIP in this case. Jason, you can pick a combo for this one. 0-0-2. Oh. Ah, close. Maybe next time.
From now I'm gonna get the golden chests.
I think from now on, I'm gonna let the viewers decide on a combo. Wait, no, maybe. I'm gonna do it spontaneously. Okay, now, Jason, you have a reserved place. You are a VIP for this round because I invited you to show us the Beast Handler. I wanna see top lane this map. Top lane. If there's anyone in chat that wants to join up, let me know.
Top lane needs water.
We are always here to play together. What?
Top lane needs water.
You need water. How much water?
Like somewhere we can place a water monkey.
Wow.
Okay, what we want to try the Beast Handler right now?
Is Spa Pits good enough for you? Spa Pits? Jason? Viking Max, we will play the boss after we try all the Beast Handler. Spa's good? Nice. Okay, let's go like this. On hard mode, normal. Wait, no, I already... What should we do, Jason? I don't wanna do medals that I have done before. Okay, sure. Good idea. This is kind of bad. Luminous Cove. What about this? That's fine. How did I already play hard mode? That sucks. Wait, I didn't. Why is it saying that? Wait. Okay, I'm just stupid. I don't know what's happening. Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Ashley, Benjamin, Quincy. Vinny, by the way, if you wanna buy a new hero, you can click bottom left. And then you can see the overview. I highly recommend Ashley. She's my favorite. Okay, let's get everybody's opinion real quick. Everybody who's watching this live stream, what's your favorite hero? We got a noob in chat. He needs to know what's like the meta. My favorite hero is definitely Ashley. Let me write it down. I need to know what's your favorite hero, guys. Everybody.
For me, hard not to say. I used Oben for very long, but I don't think he is actually very good. At the beginning, he's good, but I feel like he's falling off late.
I don't like Oben.
Right now, I think Benjamin is the one I use right now.
Okay, Adora. I think Adora's the strongest hero in the full game. If you really max her out. I'm pretty sure there's another version of Adora. You can like get Dark Adora somehow.
Yeah, that's the skin, I think.
No. Wait, no, I'm not even talking about the Void. I think she can transform at some point into some super crazy Dark Temple. I might be good. Yeah, true Sun God. Yeah, you can do crazy stuff with Adora. We should try this one day.
Yeah, I actually have unlocked, so we could try that.
I did that with Danas, I believe. Very, very fun. I like Benjamin. Okay, people like money, basically.
Yeah.
I honestly love Ashley. Voodoo Monkey. Okay, now that we have all the tastes, let's go to Luminous Cove on bonus rewards. If you're watching this on YouTube one day, drop a like, drop a comment, and subscribe for more epic content. I play many games, not just BTD 6. I'm an upcoming streamer, trying to entertain the shit out of you and make your day a better day. Let's go. You can say hi, YouTube. This is all going to be visible on YouTube. The whole stream. I will upload it on YouTube. Lightman, Macron. I'm not checking out how this map works. Oh yeah, you can. Okay. Banger song, right? Yep. I probably watched Cast more than 10 times. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I even have the game on PC up. Streamed it several times. Such an OG movie. If somebody's watching right now who has not watched Cast, you have to redo that right now while you watch my stream. Bro, I don't know what to place. I'm like, you know what? Let's not overthink this and go for Glue Gunner. Yeah, why not? I wanna try doing this. If I go for Relentless Glue, should I pick Glue Splatter or Corrosive? Thank you. Don't ask why. I just wanna do it. Okay. 520. Yeah, I know, but like I wanna go for this. Jason, I wanna go for the support line. Does anyone need money?
I'm saving up for Benjamin.
How much you need?
200.
That's perfect. It will help with top path B settler. Will it? Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, then should I go for glue splatter or covers off with glue? Like 214 or 024? Splatter? Alright, that's what I would have done. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can someone explain me why BTD6 is addicting? And how was it already 4 hours that I'm streaming this shit? Time, why is it already 9 PM Germany time?
Oh, this time really flies.
Yeah. I think when time flies while gaming, that's huge. Yeah, that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun. When you don't have the feeling of time anymore, then it's really, really enjoyable times. Strong first, last, or close? If I want to go for 024. Chat.
I'm also gonna go a bit in banana farms this game.
Sorry, what?
As I just said, I also gonna go a bit into banana farms this game.
Strong? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, yeah, right. You can make money with this. Attacks faster and generates lots of money per round. Monkeys in radius have increased cell value. Boah. You could place one right there. And have increased cell value in... wait, cell value? We are talking about cell. Okay, yeah, then... I don't know about that one, bro.
Yeah, doesn't
Wait.
do as well.
Have increased cell value. Is that just such a... Is that a troll thing or is that actually viable? You can just place him cell and place him cell, right? Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, that's gonna be
Ninja
still lower.
Kiwi is that stupid.
That would be very easy to exploit.
Alrighty, let's go for a sweet little sniper. On first, Camolet. Let's as well make a sub. Since we're talking about sub, if you're watching this on YouTube one day, please subscribe to my channel because I'm planning to do more content on YouTube. I highly doubt anyone is gonna watch to this point, especially since it's a VOD. VOD.
We're not doing, many people gonna watch VODs about Bloons.
I would not say it like that, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, remember, we wanna go for the top lane B center. I don't see any...
You got a bit of money for that.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. But don't forget about defense. I will craft another... We good? Okay. You know what? Yep. Boom. Right? Yeah, sniper. Let's go for sniper. I see global is going to be way more efficient on this map. Yeah. Okay, I have an idea. Yeah. Okay. Let's do one main warp with shrapnel shot and one high damage. Wait.
You can't place any banana farms anymore.
Let's do 2 main warps then. Oh wait, no. Let's do 1 spam damage and 1 main warp. Yep. Yeah. Guys, if I wanna go for full auto rifle, should I go for shrapnel shot or large caliber? Large caliber or shrapnel for full auto? How do I have 600 hours in this game if I ask so many questions, bro? Can we agree that I suck less?
Well, we didn't play for a very long time.
Yeah, right.
A small monkey, I unlocked that yesterday and didn't turn it off after that. Probably gonna turn it off later because it's sometimes a bit annoying.
Middle for sure? Okay, sure. Yeah. Let's do that then. What should I put him? First, last. What should I put him? I have the feeling to go for first. Viddy, why are you posting my Discord? Wait, what is this? 3 is possible. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I already know that, but it's the chance to get freeze out of the second chest is way too low. That's why I'm not doing it. I want the people to have somewhat of a realistic chance, of a higher chance to get VIP. I think it's a cool thing. Like, why not? Yeah. Let's go for main mob here on strong. And some spam damage on first. And I'm on piecing darts on this guy. If anyone has money left over, let me know, please. Let me just request. There's a button for that. Boom. There is a button.
Just got something in my bank.
Yo.
Some.
Thank you, bro. I go for main mob first. Look at that. Oh my god. Very useful. Let's do this. Damn, bro. Thank you. I'm done. Now it's time to give Jason money. So what is the plan for this map? The plan is... I mean, the overall community quest right now is... Jason is showing me all the level 5 B centers. Just out of interest, because I never saw them. Or at least I don't remember them. We got this one already. Super, extremely cool. Now we're going for Megalodon. A truly colossal shark with a taste for Bloon. Requires 3 additional. So what they require both is 3 additional of both of them. Like this and this. Okay. Yeah. Let's see how this goes. I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. Cool tower, cool monkey. Let's just keep an eye on the defense. Let's not forget about that. We have to survive. Oh no, I want mob glue first. That's my plan for now. This will help out for sure. And this guy, of course. How did I forget about an alchemist? I am shocked. I'm shaking. Brother, how did I forget about alchemist? 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, we got 4. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, it's okay. Make the secret? What secret are we talking about, Max?
What? Is there a secret on this map?
I have no idea about any secret. I mean, yeah, the map looks cool as fuck. Oh wait, there's 3. Huh? What is this? Huh? What's happening? We're like transforming the map or some shit. And there's a purple. You also see it? Yeah. There's
I
a.
see the purple thing, yeah.
What is happening?
No idea.
Easter egg. Easter egg, baby. I've only done it once. Let's do it. I have no idea what to do, but let's do it. Let's do it.
Someone knows what to do.
If somebody knows, here, do it. Right there.
Oh, you need all my monkeys. Okay, I have 205 mere monkey already. That's why it's lowering probably.
What?
We need all the mere monkeys, apparently. I have one of them already.
I'm going for the level 4. I wanna get mob glue real quick because I feel like this is good.
Oh, yeah, and then I'm gonna.
Can somebody let me 1000?
Yeah.
Love you, bro. Let me get this as well then. One last thing and then I'm gonna help out. Stronger stimulant. Then my squad is ready. Ready to rumble. Let me put the totem somewhere else. Let me put it near the level 5. Is this going to be the level 5 beast settler? I have no idea, Jason.
Yeah, thanks. And I have the next level 5? Yeah.
Okay, since this is the level 5, let me put the totem somewhere close. Let me put the totem right. Oh my god. Slow down. Right
Okay.
here. Should we get? Let me try real quick. Oh yeah. Easy, easy, easy. Perfect. We're also making health. What is making health? We don't have a marketplace. Oh, we do.
Take damage, then Benjamin's healing, but.
No.
we have more health, yeah.
Monkey Wall Street. Hub of monkey trades earns colossal income. Generates lives each round and collects income in radius. Yo, what is happening with the map? If this is bad, don't do it. If we will lose, don't do it. I know viewers like to sabotage. I have experience with that. On several maps I got sabotage already. But don't do it now. Don't do it now. Never mind, one more upgrade and then I'm ready with my squad.
What happened?
I need 3 What happened? We got water up here?
Yeah.
Okay. What is happening? And just for the looks.
Okay.
We got extra
We got a bit
space.
more space now, yeah. Very expensive space, or that.
Let me try something. I have the feeling. Okay. Very cool Easter egg, Max. Very, very cool. We have extra sprays that we don't need, my brother. Good for sub, yeah, that's for sure.
Oh.
We are not done. We are not done. This is not victory. Victory is level 100.
Victory is the
in this
and the
case.
final thing here. Megalodon on max level.
Wait, do we have them?
We have only have Orca right now.
Megalodon. Oh, bro! Let's get it, bro. How far are we away from that? Is this still gonna take much time? 48 of 64. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's get a Megalodon. First time ever seeing that. Boom! I just had... I had to do that shit. Okay, now, Jason, I have my eyes on you, brother. Here, here, here! Take my money! Whoa! Hä? Is that the Megalodon? Why does he look so goofy?
Megalodon. He's not max level yet.
Oh, okay, he's way bigger than it looks like. Damn, bro. Not max level, that means more money needed.
Yeah. I'm soon gonna get cash.
Bro. A truly colossal shark with a taste for balloon. Bro, why are they so fucking OP? They remind me of fucking paragons. They're just eating the balloons.
They are really strong.
Nah, for real.
Ah, I got 10,000.
Okay, I'm calling it they are underrated as fuck. They're underrated as fuck. Nobody ever uses them.
Because I need a ton of money to actually bring them out.
This is cool.
Yeah.
We also have the totems. Let's, yeah, buff him as much as possible. Buff him, brother. Buff him. Let's go. Yeah. Totem! Here, eat the totem, brother. Nice. Very nice. Dude, he's eating from up there. Crazy. I honestly feel like he could solo to round 100 right now.
Solo, I don't doubt, but he...
Riff.
Actually, when he's max level, maybe.
Given,
He is max level already.
given all the boosts he has, okay? Riff the boosts. Let's keep them there. I feel like he could. But not, we are not doing the science right now. We're not doing the science. I'm not ready to lose. I'm not ready. Crazy though, crazy.
100, well, the only 100 you can absolutely do that, I saw him solo that.
Did you just
But
move
it will get
locations? Who do I give money? Me. I'm gonna buy crippled mob. Crippled mobs are immobilized for longer and take extra damage from all other attacks. I will create another support tower. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, now I'm done. Who wants money?
Nobody needs money, we have to make it on.
Poseidon Ice Jet ability draws such power that a rogue wave floods the map with super cooled water, freezing all balloons and reclaiming the weak for the... Nah, this is cool as fuck. Brother, I'm eating good, bro. I'm eating good. I don't need money. I'm done.
I also don't need it.
Okay, what should I do with the money, bro? What should I do?
Yeah.
I'm done. Okay, share. Perma brew. Let me get perma brew then. Boom! Oh man, we have way too much money.
Yeah. We need it. Oh, no.
And the good thing, bro, I don't have to farm. Thanks to the farmers here.
Farming.
I mean, apparently you guys enjoy it. Apparently you enjoy it. So, thank you.
Having a ton of money is cool.
Quick question. How many Insta monkeys can you get? Only one, right? At around 100. I have this small feeling you can get another one at around 200.
Not good.
Did he just eat that?
Like as a beast tamer. Nice.
What the
Yeah, you one-shots the 100, yeah.
He one-shots a BAD.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy shit.
Mhm.
Ninja Kiwi, you gotta nerf that. That's honestly crazy. There's not a single tower that can do that. Except Paragons, maybe. Crazy. 1 to 10, 10. 10 points. Megalodon gets another 10 points. Okay, we try Megalodon, 10 of 10. And Giganosaurus, 10 of 10. Next up we have Poakai. Some Icelandic animal probably. Since the spelling. Hence the spelling. Let's go!
That's one I actually always used. The next one,
GG's.
at least.
Crazy. If there's anyone else wanna join up, let me know. Everybody can join. But Jason has a reserved place. Willy, maybe let someone else join for a second. If there's somebody that wants to join. Yo, Jason, thanks for showing this shit, by the way.
Very cool.
Very cool of you.
Mhm.
What? Local first. Here's the code. Chat, join in. Join the community quest. Here. Max, join in. What's his name? Varonix, come on. Willy, come back, bro. Come back.
Yeah, no one else coming in.
Yeah, seems like no. We need the real pros. Willy, come in, bro. We want the real pros in the game. Willy, my brother, we are back in the business. If people don't want to join, you can't force somebody to have fun, right? You can't force people to have fun. Some people just don't want to have some fun together. It is what it is. It is what it is. You can't force them.
And Viking 44 Max has problems with Bloons that is not updating, so he can't join.
Any requirements for the next Jason?
He can do that one can be done everywhere.
Collection event? I don't know what you're talking about.
The event maps for the chest with the insect monkeys.
Okay, sure, why not? Let's do. Can I see yours real quick, Lars? Oh wait, no, I'm hosting right now. It's okay. Frozen over? Balance is total shit. I'm not gonna play that. Off the coast, that's a cool map. We gotta be honest, that's a cool map.
But also many medals already.
We gotta play this. So, quest, get the third level 5 Beast Settler. Our dear friend Jason from chat is showing us all the tier 5s. You can't tell me that he is first local. Does this mean he's number 1 from his country? Or am I making this up? I think I'm making this up. This is nah. Jason, who are you, bro? Jason, 1 second. Top 100 global. Who are you, brother? Watch my
He's
stream,
in
guys.
his the first in his clan.
CT. It says CT. We got some crazy guy in chat. Let's respect him real quick. We got some crazy guy. Yo, I gotta drop a GG for you, brother. Brother. And here, eat my follow. I want a follow as well, please. I'm at 1 follower. Follow me, please. Nah, this is crazy. That's crazy, bro. Nah, crazy. Look at me, bro. Look at. This sucks. Oh, man. I'm already depressive enough, bro. Why? We played easy. I don't give a fuck. It's okay.
But, okay, yeah, man. We can just go if we play.
Yeah, let's go 100. Let's go. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Is it? Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Less keyboards, but
It's
whatever.
easier like that.
Whatever, yeah. Anyways, Jason, pro, brother. Pro.
Yeah.
Pro. It feels good and it feels like shit getting carried. So it's a win. It's both together.
Okay, wanna start?
It's up to you if you wanna stay in here until we die or start the round. I don't mind. Okay. Bro's going right into it. So this round we are going for the Poakai.
Yeah, one path.
The legendary Poakai, a bird so large that it can pick up, carry off, and destroy almost any number of balloons of almost any size. That sounds as OP as the other two.
Yeah,
Let's see how it goes.
well.
You know it.
Yeah, that's the one I always used. I have had him myself on level 5 already.
I'm excited. Please don't place anything near my SSD because I'm doing my alchemist combo.
Yep.
I said ladder, yeah, all good, bro. We're gonna eat good. We got all the farmers with us. All good. Question, guys. Is it possible to get True Sun God Insta Monkey? No fucking way. Yeah! That's my end goal, brother.
How many one as well?
That's crazy. The chance to get a True Sun God Insta Monkey is probably around 0.0005. And only possible from the best chests in the game. Or Insta Monkey, level 100.
The small monkeys, I can't see how big stuff is.
I already have it turned off, I hate it.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I like big monkeys though, I just don't know how to get it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have the big monkeys. Hey, yo, I said no towers near my alchemist. Here. Wait, no, it's fine.
You don't have an alchemist.
Yeah.
You don't know where it is.
Yeah, it's all good. Here. Bum. Guys, can you please pick up your bananas? Thank you.
I haven't lost a single banana. If it's down there already.
Danas, welcome in. How are we doing on this wonderful Sunday?
Okay.
What's good, bro? What's good, brother? I'm back into English, my friend. And it's at least as much fun as German. I forgot to say. The reason I'm streaming English right now is I wanna try how it is in English. BT6. It's better. It's honestly better. So I'm sticking to English. To all the English viewers, drop a follow right now. The experiment is finished, and my take from it doesn't matter. BT6. It doesn't matter from a streamer perspective. Oh, I'm rich. 1 second. Yo, Jason, you let me know, right? When we are going for the pork guy? Pork guy? What is that A? Which languages uses this A? I've never seen this before. Wait, it's a straight line up. It's a straight line, that's kind of weird. Like, I know when there's like a wavy line and shit like that, but straight line? Never seen that.
Okay, into free play. Let's go.
War Foxtrot. Those names, bro. Willy, please.
Really
It takes 10 seconds.
good bank money.
Well, honestly, it's kind of cool. I kind of like the idea. Just have random names every game. It's up to you, my brother. It's up to you, my brother. My brother.
I'm gonna go for this one right next. Get us some more money.
Dude, nothing is getting through. Nothing. You know what? Let me disable push to talk. I'm gonna disable push to talk again. I don't wanna press a button every time, it's annoying.
Yeah, this is kinda annoying.
I'm a really against push to talk user. Lars?
Yeah?
What's the plan for you on this round 100?
I'm right now having the monkey bank and do it. I want to do it on level 5. Put it down there because he farms some money.
So money farming.
Yeah, it's money farming right now.
Who is this up here? Player 3. Jason also money. Alright, yeah. I handle the defense. I try to do something. I try to do several combos with alchemists. First we got... Wait, I'm done. This, and yeah, let's do a ninja. Why not? Get some XP. We have a while till we get it. Alright. Alright, it's going to be a bird. That's what we know. Maybe it has a very, very large range. Maybe global. Who knows? We will find out. I will find out. Don't spoil.
I'm not saying anything.
Don't fucking spoil the tower to me. Let's do some spike factory shit as I'm trying to get that. Jason, do you have this? I need to see this one day, bro. Fuck!
I get the credit, yes. And level 5. Universal spikes.
We can get that probably by around 120. Brother, what? 637,000. Jason. Bro. 637,500. We ain't getting anywhere at around 120. This is at least round 200. Remember, I'm not farming money. I'm lazy. Remember that. But if you say so, let's do it. Let's do it. Round 120. Freestyle, baby. We do have lots of water, so you can go crazy, 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 crazy with this shit. This is probably gonna boost this, right? Yeah, you can boost 20. Oh my god. Oof, crazy. Go for it.
I can now take 20,000 in debt.
What?
I can take debt with my banks and I can now take 20,000 because I have 2.
Thank you, buddy. First combo is done. Yep. Oh no, I wanna get Grandmaster Ninja. Let's get... Yeah, let's get him. I'm gonna get this guy first. And then we focus on the second combo over here with the Spike Factory. So if anyone... I'm just gonna request money. Boom. Wait a second. The banana is turning into some boxes. What is this? I've never seen it before.
It's when you have that 4th upgrade in the top half.
Wait, what? The animation must be new though.
No, that's old.
Okay.
I think that was in the already in Tower Defense 5 a thing.
When did you start it with Bloons TD, Liars?
I don't know when I first...
Okay, can you leave some space for me, please? Who is doing this? Player free, who's player free? Jason! Leave some space, okay? I need to do defense. Bananas, I ain't gonna do defense on me. I'm good to go over here, I guess. Left side is still good. Sorry, I was cutting you off, Liars. I was getting mad.
I started playing Bloons very long ago, like before I started streaming, way before that.
Wait, yeah, but with which game? Like Bloons TD 1?
With 6.
BT 6, okay. Poor, to be honest, I don't really remember when I started this game. I have a feeling I started before BT 6, back in school. Oh, I definitely wasn't addicted to it. That's why I can't really remember right now. Yeah, wow. Okay, now I remember. I did play some in school in the informatic classes. In the back rows, you know. kind of secret gaming, don't tell the teacher type of thing. I was playing BTD, but I don't know which one. On Spieleaffe, that's the website, I believe. Some German gaming website. I did play some BTD game.
And I got a level 5 tower.
But I'm not some ultra gigashed tryhard BTD fan. That's for sure I'm not. Let's get our voting in chat. Do you believe, everybody who's listening, if you're in this live stream, if you're in live stream, you have to answer. I do this many times, okay? This is interactive live stream. Type 1 in chat if you believe that by 2027 there will be BTD 7. If you don't think they're making BTD 7 by 2027, type a 2. I do not believe BTD 7 is going to be a thing next year. Okay. Yeah, not anytime soon. Yeah. I feel like I don't really feel like you can do a lot. Well, no, I have ideas. Ninja Kiwi, if you watch this, first person POV from the shooter's from the monkey's perspective, and yeah, 3D basically, and you can walk around. Yeah, there is possibilities for a new game. There is, you can do more. There can also be a VR game of this. Next level shit, basically. But yeah, there are things they can do. If we speak about like BTD 7 and future games, there is definitely more stuff, especially 3D and POVs, perspectives. Definitely, and I'm pretty sure they know that.
By the way, we have a millionaire.
So, what do you mean we have a millionaire? Give me money, bro.
Jason has a millionaire.
What the actual fuck? Jason?
Yeah, having money and giving him money.
Jason, VIP for 1 million, Kappa. No, just kidding, bro. Hey, yo. I mean, yeah, thank you, bro. I'm gonna make some... I'm done with my first loadout. Let me make my second loadout back here. I would like some space, if that's allowed. Do we need this? Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Second loadout in the crafting. Guys, super mines, which upgrade? Even faster or smart spikes? Super mines. Oh, I want the Paragon. Oh, fuck, bro. I won't be quitting BTD 6 before I get this. Before I get to see this with my own eyes.
We got all tier 5 spikes. Okay, let's do that.
What, we're doing it right now, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. Jason, you're cooking up, brother. Everybody get tier 5 spikes? Ah yeah, because of the Paragon. Oh yeah, bro. Let's go. Okay, then it doesn't matter. Let's just go for it. Mid lane. How am I rich, bro? I haven't done anything in money farming.
I got all of them now.
I'm also rich. I wonder how.
Probably someone gave you money. Can you give you 100,000?
Streamer luck, I guess.
Probably people giving you money. Oh, I have my money
Chat,
again.
I love you. Thanks for the money. I love to be a live streamer. I feel useless.
You're also making good money. You have also level 5 money intention. You're gonna make also quite a bit.
I need you, okay, Willy? I need you. I need you for the mental aspect, okay? It's great to not be the worst, okay? Willy, I need you, brother. I need you.
Actually, Willy, you have a level 5 banana plantation. You're gonna make. You are also rich. We are both.
I need you, Willy. You have a purpose. I feel useless. Fuck, that's funny. Ah, Willy. Bro, I feel like you have my humor. I feel like we vibe, brother. I feel like we vibe. Fuck me.
It's enough.
Oh. Yeah, you're more surprised. So I'm not the worst. Huh? What the fuck? What is this? And we also have the Purkai. Look at the. Oh, we have done everything. Community quest finish. Poor. Why is there a true sun?
Yeah, someone used something like that. All the monkeys are gone.
What, bro? Wait. I need to see this in action. Where's the Bloons?
The Paragon, yeah.
The Bloons don't get anywhere.
Yeah, the Paragon kills it.
A factory of explosive spike balloon and. Yo, how far can you get with that? Like, honestly, right now. Whoa, Jason, nice. W, bro, W. A dream came true. I always wished for us. Bro, everybody who played with me in the past at least once said that I want a Paragon of this shit. Boah, dream came true.
Really nice.
Thank you, Jason. You're making a dream coming true right now. Damn. Yeah, thank you, bro. Here. Take this. Nice. Super cool, bro. They really don't get anywhere. The reason why the spikes get deleted is because he's respawning it on another side. They're not really getting used up. Crazy, bro.
Oh, his abilities.
Oh yeah, now I have money and can do something again. Do I have this guy maxed? No.
If you want money, I can give you some. Okay, you have more than me even.
Give money, please.
You need even more. Don't you have 600,000?
I'm trying to make minigunners. I need money.
Okay, one moment I can empty my banks.
Need money. I don't have. I need a bit more money because I'm getting poor, bro. I need more minigunner.
You're a millionaire. Come on.
Need more. Need a bit more.
One moment, I'm actually gonna give you something because there's an achievement for giving.
Yeah, it would be nice if you give me something because I need money.
Yeah, my farms need a little bit to farm the money again. One moment.
Yeah, please give money. Trying to make an army. That army is very expensive. I need more money, guys. I'm poor.
Yeah, in a little bit I can empty my banks again. Yeah, now I can empty them.
Guys, I'm about to be poor. I don't want to live on the. I don't want to live on the streets, please. Money. I love money.
Oh, wait, upgrading them as well.
I love bit heroes. Give money. I need money. I have to pay my military. Give me money. Here, one guy up here. Boom. He's gonna be the best. Pam 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 pam. That's fucking. Huh? Since when do I have? Let's fucking go. I wonder how though. I wonder how. Huh? How do I have MID? I don't have him unlocked.
What?
Let's go!
Maybe someone else had it and left.
No, no.
I think. Yeah.
Wait,
What
what?
did you buy him? Someone left and maybe you got his monkey?
I'm confused. I think I placed him just now.
Okay, then I don't know. Maybe an level 5 instant monkey, no idea.
Let's fucking go, man.
really hope I get the achievement now for getting money.
Ah! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wir werden den Krieg gewinnen, Leute. Wir gewinnen den Krieg. Macht euch bereit. Die Bloons kommen rein. Macht euch bereit. Wir gewinnen. Lasst sie reinkommen. Marschiert. Sing mir nach, Liars. Wir werden gewinnen.
Wir werden gewinnen.
So. Alle Mann rein hier. Gebt mir das Geld. So, Leute. Let's go. Krieg. Alter, ey. Was geht hier ab? Crazy shit.
Insane.
Oh, this is what makes the game, bro.
It's lagging so much already.
This is what makes the game Armada here. GG's.
It is.
Oh! Another chance for a viewer to get VIP on my channel. If there's any new viewer right now who hasn't tried today, type a monkey in chat. Is there anyone? Jason, have you tried? Ah, you gotta go. Okay, Jason. Thank you, bro. Thanks for showing all of this. Willy, you have another try, bro. Which should I pick? I'll give you another try. Which one do you want to gamble for?
Pretty sure I don't have that achievement. Why didn't I get that? As if I didn't give enough money.
Ninja. Wait, this was upgrade 2, right? Like 210, something like that. Okay. If the first one is 210, you get VIP for 1 week. Oh! You could decide the second one. Willy. Bonus, bonus, bonus. Bonus, bonus, bonus. Oh, that's a very low take. I think there are going to be 2 anyways. You should pick something with an upgrade 2 in it. Last gamble. 201? Ah, shit, bro. It hurts. It hurts. It's what it is. It is what it is. Ah, shit, man. Shit. Yo, guys. It was a pleasure to be live today. I'm gonna go. It was very fun. I hope to catch you all tomorrow again. Join my Discord server, please. I'm trying to grow it. Here's my YouTube, everything, Instagram. Half of it doesn't work, but you can all find it in the pin list down below. Drop a follow, support, and I hope to see you all tomorrow again. We're gonna play more BT6. I wanna play other games, story games and shit like that. Drop a follow on my channel. I'm trying to make it out of the low viewer count. I'm trying to make something out of this. Hey, W, Willy. Thank you, bro. Honestly, getting love from chat is very, very rare. Everything is expected nowadays. People expect everything. This is really, you know what? Here. You're bringing me to tears with that message, okay? I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I really, really mean it. I really mean it, bro. I really mean it. I'm not really shitting the entertainment. I'm making the entertainment, okay? Okay, whatever. Let's not get too deep, okay? Thank you, Willy. Here, eat this. I love thoughtful viewers. I'm gonna rate Liars. We're gonna see us tomorrow, chat. Thanks for watching. Support my boy Liars. He's also trying to hit affiliate. And yeah, we're gonna see us all tomorrow. Bye bye. join the Discord server.